Hey guys, can I have 1 minute please? Guys. Uh, Victor, can I have a quick minute? So we're going to start the race in 10 minutes. You can see, you got the PDF yesterday, but if you didn't, you have behind you over there, at the door over here, the time you race, the time you marshal. If you have any problem to marshal, let me know. We can place you. You're supposed to be here marshalling, but if you have something to do, I think Ted Nidas has, his son is getting married again, 50th time this year. The excuse, like, I used to use my grandma died, but yeah, my son's getting married. So we're going to be racing 3 minutes heats. We have good 5 heats, so that makes 30 cars. There was like 4 or 5 registrations that couldn't come, like Dennis Brown was probably watching us. Rick Jokan that have a change of date, he couldn't make this time. So we're gonna be racing 3 minutes. The best 12 out of those 30 they do for the semifinals. With odd numbers, 1 versus 1, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th, and 11th versus 2nd, 4th. Well, you guys know, all right. What else I need to tell you? So, and the final is made out of the 6 with more laps out of the semifinals, and then we have a little longer heat of 4 minutes. Victor Dubrowsky, who is here, is going to be 5.
You said 5.
I need to check the rule book. Todd,
5.
It's 5 or 4? 5? Okay. We had the same issue during the nationals, and I changed to 4, and Todd told me that it was 5, and then I went to check the rule book, and it was 5, and I changed it, everything was fine. So 5. You guys know where to marshal. We're going to start the race with the first heat. Victor is your race director for today. Again, just call track if you're very close to the counter, or if you are after the line here on the driver's panel. And that's it. And if you guys goes to the floor, you don't need to call because we're going to see it. But we're going to keep it to the minimum. We have 40 minutes. I scheduled 40 minutes per hit race. I want to keep that way. See your name if you're marshalling. Come over. Don't ask. Don't wait for us to go and then call you. And if you're racing, you can do the race. You can only pick up the car after I put it on the track. I'm going to keep them in my office. After the race, if you feel like you're on the top 12, leave your car. If you feel like you did bad, you can pick up your car. That's it. I will pick it up after the race again. Just wait for the lap correction here, and as soon as the race director says okay, you can pick it up. Or again, if you feel like you're in the top 12 or top 15, keep it with us. After this, on the semifinal, I'm gonna tech the cars again. You don't need to take the body off, but I need to tech them again. And you guys are gonna have like 15 minutes to do changes. Even if you want to change the motor, you can do it. And same thing when we go to the final. Any questions? Now it's all over with Victor.
Go, Victor.
Good race, guys. By the way, a couple more things. Every race will have a 1 minute warm up, and for the semi-finals, we guys get to choose the lane depending on the position.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Watching the live. Yes. We're here in Los Angeles at Electric Dreams, and we're here for the MR Slot Car Championship race. Qualifying was decided yesterday, broken down into 5 different heats. We're about to start the first heat here now. Got the first 6 cars lined up. Drivers are taking their positions at the starters, at the driver's stand. We have some live announcement from Vic and myself. Excuse me. Morning. Say Marc Natividad just stopped by to say hello. If you've been watching before, probably know some of the names of the drivers here at Electric Dreams. Ian stopping by to say hi. Regular champion Ian Douglas made it into Heat 5, the top heat of the day. And those 5 heat races will all run off to pick the top 12 drivers for 2 semis. And then we'll have the top 6 drivers in a main event. So right now, we're just getting warmed up in terms of opening the doors, and maybe sometime you get a chance to stop by Electric Dreams and see all the slot cars they have on display here. It's a pretty incredible place, actually. So.
Okay, guys, do I have the marshals? Where are the marshals? Marshals, please. Marshals, I need Ernie, I need Michael, Todd, can you go to your position, please?
Morning, Bob.
Where's Cedric? Cedric is here. I'm missing Ernie and Michael.
Qualified well.
Okay, guys, I'm giving up to Victor here, and you have 1 minute warm-up.
Can you pinch it for Herman? Which number's Herman?
Okay, guys, 1 minute warm-up.
Al, pinch it for Herman. We got Mark. Okay. Never mind now.
All right, so drivers are getting 1 minute warm-up. So when each heat comes to the track, they'll be allowed to run their car.
30 seconds.
With the track this morning, the conditions may have changed a little bit. Plus, they may be still waking up a little. It's only around 9:30 a.m. here in Los Angeles. So,
10 seconds.
see a number of cars come off in the warm-up. That's maybe shows the track's a little tighter than it was the last time they raced on it.
It's gonna be fun, guys. There's 2 blue cars. Clean the tires first. Clean your tires.
You're welcome. All right. Now they get a chance to clean their tires with the lint rollers. The lint roller removes dirt and other dust, grime from the tires. Gives you better traction. Doesn't really add any stickiness or glue to the tires. It just cleans them up, and that'll last. It'll last for a while, depending on the track. We'll see. What the track looks extremely clean. So these early heats, they really shouldn't have much trouble with tires going away or general degradation.
trying to give him an extra lap there, Ian. I saw that.
Special move, there you go. I'm special, I need them. Okay. Yes.
Okay, we need Luis Martinez.
He's there.
All right, taking guys a little bit of extra time here to get into their marshal positions for the very first.
No, I got it.
For the very first heat. So.
That's fine.
Chris Tsukamoto stopping by to say hello. It's Craig Williamson, by the way, on the microphone here. Not racing today, but enjoying myself watching you guys and trying to give a little commentary for the race, a little color commentary.
Marco, it's got to be in front of the scoreboard to be track on the back straightaway, right?
Okay, guys, track calls, just like I did last time. Straightaways a track call, riders a track call. If more than 3 cars fall off in front of the driver, it's a track call. But still, I'm not going to call it. I'm not going to call it here if the term marshal's going for it. Okay, this isn't just a weekly race. This is a Mr. Ernie race. So.
Blame Ernie.
Victor.
MR SlotCar, we want to make sure that, hey, we're here to make the most laps. Term marshals are ready.
The MR
In case the
slot
car comes
built
out
by
in
the
front of any of
legendary
the
Ema
drivers,
said.
anybody can call track.
Vic was just giving a little
Because I'm looking over here.
shout out to
Call it. So, anyways, okay, welcome to the MR SlotCar Challenge. Here we go. In Southern California, streets are paved with gold, movie stars in every restaurant. Glad you guys showed up. Let's go racing. Those two.
Space bar.
3, 2, 1, power.
Let's see what the standings are as we go. Let them settle in for a few laps here, and then we'll call some places because there's a lot of shifting going around. Drivers are having a little trouble actually getting adjusted. So.
Castillo 779, DeSalvo 861, Dewan 872, Chris 864, Stephen Farr-Jones 758, Luis Martinez 899.
Looks like Stephen Farr-Jones is here. Stephen Farr-Jones, the benevolent and president.
That's Cedric.
White. Plastic cars and.
You're busy, Cedric.
Driver 10 was coming from
You got to work out.
If you got time to rest afterwards.
SlotCar Racing Club. It looks like our here on Benevolent Dictator is falling to second, but he's still hanging in there.
You hit that by mistake.
Hours on now.
3, 2, 1, go. Attention, 1 minute left.
Tony Castillo.
Minute.
Red.
Tony DeSalvo and Stephen Farr-Jones.
To where about that couch? Okay, all right. Right, thanks.
30
I can
seconds.
see the screens. All right. So here we are. Carlos, who's out here, Electric Dreams, has just told me that the mic was cutting out some, so I'm going to try to stay in a better range now to help you all hear all the time. Hopefully the volume's great.
10 seconds.
Here, broadcast live. It's out there onto the internet, and I can't really see this. So I'm kind of doing this a little bit blind, trying to give you guys the
In the
best
stint,
feel.
please change lanes.
Atmosphere here in the shop because we're having this race.
Steven, 21. Chris, 19. Dewan, 19. Tony DeSalvo, 20. Tony Castillo, 21.
We definitely got some great looking cars, and they're all shined up. Everybody did their best to get their cars looking good before the race. And they really look good here in the shop. The MR slot cars are really nicely detailed, and they've got some great paint jobs on them. Got mostly McLarens in this race.
Attention, 1 minute
Couple
left.
of Jazz.
30 seconds.
The McLarens have a lot of really nice liveries on them. Most of them
Clean your tires.
are just the factory liveries provided by MR SlotCar. And they're all official, authentic liveries from different Le Mans races, Le Mans racing cars. But there are a few guys in this race who custom painted their cars, and maybe we'll get a chance to look at some of those later today. I saw some really nice looking custom made
Attention,
cars
1 minute
that I'd
left.
like to share with you later. And I'm kind of lucky because in the downtime here, I can just wander around the shop and look at the different beautiful cars that are on display.
Second was Castillo,
I
774.
like that Green has one of the largest displays of slot cars, certainly in the country.
30
I don't know.
seconds.
Stevens on red, Duval's on white, Luis Martinez on green, Castillo's on blue, Snyder's on yellow, DeSalvo's on black. Here we go. Heat number 2, controller circle.
Right here, Dewan.
Marshall's ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
Rodney Castillo coming out with a 749 on blue.
Yeah, I think it's later on watching that speed game. They probably
Second fastest, Stephen Fargo's 801 on red. Good fast hands by Ian. Salvo, 869, Snyder, 790. Tony Castillo, is a little faster, 724. Martinez, 813. DeWalt Clark, 853. Stevens, 789. First one, 10. Castillo. 45 to go. Castillo goes a little faster, 724. Lamar challenge. 30 seconds.
All right, so I'm back here. I was talking with Marco a little bit, and let's see where we are in this race. We have Tony Castillo is your leader of the race overall, and he's currently leading this heat as well. In fact, Tony's putting down lap times that are a good bit faster than anyone else in the field. Stephen Farr-Jones is his next closest competitor.
Attention,
But he runs
1
3
minute
to 4
left.
tenths slower.
Salvo, 854. Chris, 790. Castillo still has fast time, 724. Luis Martinez, 813.
Stephen Farr-Jones is keeping it on the track well, though. Maybe not as quick, but hanging in steadily for second place. We're in the second heat of 6 heats, the first of 5 heat races to be
30
run today.
seconds.
We have Tony Steven. And actually, it's a little confusing because there's two Tonys in this race. Tony Castillo is in first, Stephen Farr-Jones in second, and Tony DeSalvo is in third. Tony DeSalvo currently on black.
5.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
Even 20, DeJuan 19, Luis Martinez 19, Castillo 23, Chris 20, DeSalvo had 20. Fast time to blue lane, Tony Castillo 724, second Steven 779, and then Chris Steiner 788. Okay, DeJuan's going
So
red,
that's it. The heat
Castillo
ended.
to white,
Tony
Steven
Castillo
to green, DeSalvo
was the winner
Martinez to yellow,
with a
Steiner to black.
7.247 lap time.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Next best
30
lap time was
seconds.
Stephen Farr-Jones with a
Next
7.7.
race, DeSisto, Ted Leida, Chris, Michael O'Donnell, Jim Wanda, and Carlos. Make sure you guys are ready. For those that are racing right now, we're going to be the
So they're getting in place for the third
next race.
heat in this race. They each have an opportunity to go to their cars, clean their tires, using the
Attention,
roller.
1 minute left.
They're not allowed to put anything on the tires, but they can clean them with any lint roller or rag that they want to use, as long as it's dry.
45.
Everyone changes their sticker, changes their lane, and gets ready for the heat. Cars stay in the position that they were when they finished the previous heat and go
30
forward.
seconds.
Thank you, Bob.
15. Those hooked up right? Here we go. Going to heat number 3.
Three, 2, 1, go.
The third heat has begun. Let's see what kind of lap times Tony can do on the white lane where he is now. So we have Tony Castillo on the white lane. He has a 3-lap lead in this race. And this heat, they're still all on the same lap, 3 laps in. But Tony is first to the stripe for the 4th lap. It's been an accident and a track call. The track's been stopped momentarily.
3, 2, 1, go.
There are a few places on the track that if the cars crash and are difficult for the marshals to re-slot or retrieve, put back on the track, then Vic, our race director, will call a track call and stop the action, turn off the power.
That's right in front of him, there, Mike. 767 back. Not slower, right behind you. I'm just picking on you.
So, in the overall, it's Tony, Stephen Farr-Jones, Tony DeSalvo, and Chris Snyder make up the top 4. And Stephen Farr-Jones has a fast lap.
Oh, Castillo going 753. Steven Farr-Jones says, I don't think so, 739.
Yeah, 739 from Stephen Farr-Jones on the green lane.
Minute 30. Once again, I want to thank everybody for coming out for the MR SlotCar Challenge. Ernie Mazzetti, the one and only, is here in our presence. Thank you from all the way out from Canada, eh?
Attention, 1 minute left.
Everybody's on lap 14, Tony and Steven, the lap ahead.
Yeah, Tony's going to win this heat also, it looks like, from the white lane. He's off to a pretty large lead here with 40 seconds remaining. Stephen Farjon continues to be the one chasing him most closely. So we got 19 laps for Tony, 18 for Stephen, and 17 for Tony DeSalvo. It continues to be those three drivers in the top three. Tony Castillo, Stephen Farjon, Tony DeSalvo.
10 seconds.
Lap times, 7.5 seconds for Tony on white, 7.3 for Stephen on green.
End of stint. Please change
8-0
lanes.
for Tony DeSalvo on blue.
Castillo 23.5, Stephen Farjon 22.7, DeSalvo 20.7, Martinez 20.7, and Chris 20.5. Best heat so far, fast time going to Stephen with 7.39er. Tony Castillo's going red, DeSalvo to white, DeWan's going to green, Snyder blue, Stephen yellow, Martinez going to black.
So we're on another lane change now.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
Okay, this is heat number 4. Racers for the next heat, or the next race, Frank Sisto, Chad, Chris, Michael, Manda, and Carlos. Make sure you guys are ready. Heat is over, we'll call the laps and get going.
So they have 2 minutes between each heat to move their cars to the new lane they're moving to. And
Attention, 1 minute
we've
left.
got about a minute left in that changeover right now before we'll start this heat up. So that gives them a decent amount of time to clean their tires, make sure their controllers are hooked up properly. You see some of the drivers changing their controller settings. As they get ready for the restart of the heat. So currently the standings are
30 seconds.
Tony Castillo is in the lead, Stephen Farjon is second, Tony DeSalvo is third, Chris Snyder is fourth, DeJuan Clark is fifth, and Luis Martinez is sixth place. So some drivers, of course, have had the advantage of slightly better lanes throughout the race. We move into the fourth heat now, halfway through. They changing lanes could be an advantage for some who are a little bit behind. Let's see if they can come back.
3, 2, 1, go.
Got your controller hooked up, right? Yeah, there we go. All right, so one of the drivers actually hooked up his controller wrong, and when you do that, then you don't have control of your car. His car was taking off as soon as they placed it in the slot, as soon as the power came on. He's got it sorted out now, and he's back on his way. And it is Tony Castillo, once again, leading the way. This time he's on red. DeJuan is hanging up in there too, making a nice run of it for this heat. DeJuan Clark, always a favorite in the Far Out SlotCar Racing Club. And Luis Martinez down on black, and he's having a good run. Still not the lap times that Tony Castillo can do. And it looks like for this heat, we have Stephen Farjon setting the fast lap on the yellow lane. And Stephen is in second place overall.
First driver to 10, Tony Castillo on red. Then Martinez 8.6, Stephen Farjon 7.3, Snyder 807, DeJuan 826, DeSalvo 867, and Castillo 810 on red.
And Stephen Farjon puts the lap time farther down. He's now got a 7.43 on yellow. Everyone else is turning 8. 8-0 from Chris Snyder on blue. 8-1 from Tony Castillo on red.
Attention, 1 minute left.
And there, Tony Castillo is able to go down into the sevens. He does a 7.99 on red. Red may be the most difficult lane. It's certainly the longest lane.
45.
It's not much longer than the others, but there is enough to make a small difference in every lap. But everyone will run the shortest lane and the longest lane once the race is complete, so it makes it even.
30 seconds.
We have Chris Snyder in the sevens also. Chris Snyder on blue turning 7.80. It was Chris who had misconnected his controller, so that's unfortunate for him because he's making a nice run in this heat.
10 seconds.
And Chris, in fact, is in third overall. So, in the overall rankings right now, we have Tony Castillo in the
In
lead,
the stint,
followed
please
by
change
Stephen
lanes.
Farr Jones in second, and Chris Snyder in third.
18.7. Yuan, 20.6. Snyder, 20.6. Steven, 21.2. Martinez, 20.5. It will sneak out.
Yeah, 20 was the only one able to do 22 laps in this heat. Stephen Farr Jones did 21, and the rest did 20 or less.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
It's good. It's good. It's the driver, not the car. Yeah, I think so. I'm so unused to using these that I think I know where I want it, but I'm not quite sure. I think it was not enough traction control. Mike was just helping me on it.
Hey, Steven.
Yo.
You know, I often wonder what happened to those people that got directions from my wife.
Attention, 1 minute left.
You cheeky fucker. No. What's her
Juan, you're right here. Now you're in front.
45.
So we're getting ready for the fifth heat of 6. There are 6 heats in the race, so that each driver has a chance to run each lane time. Once they've each rotated through all 6 of the lanes, then the
30
heat
seconds.
is over.
Number 5.
So right now, number 5, each of the drivers has run 4 of the different lanes. And now they're up for their 5th. Stephen Farr Jones has moved to the black lane, which is the shortest lane. It could be, so it's a little more difficult, it's tighter. So, fastest laps are down in yellow. But
3, 2, 1, hit it.
current fast time of the day actually is on blue. It's a 7.24 by Tony Castillo, done earlier in one of the earlier heats today. That's it. The 5th heat has begun. First driver to 3 is DeJuan Clark on yellow, followed by Tony DeSalvo on red.
It is far better. Mike moving the TC from 3 to 5 minutes. Mike's over there. This is Walter. You know, it was Mike.
Track call.
You could even take it to 6 on the track control.
He did.
3, 2, 1, go.
That was a rider call. Early fast time.
All
Steven,
drivers
761, 790.
are on the lead lap
740 on
with 6
green.
laps in.
Good lap, 31. Thank you. Keep it there. No fast. No fast.
Fastest laps in this heat, actually.
739, Stevenson.
Stephen Farr Jones, fast lap, 7.31 on black. And that eclipses Tony Castillo's previous
Starter
lap
10,
time.
Castillo.
33. That's a great pace.
So we got some small shift in the standings going on here. Tony Castillo still leads, followed by Stephen Farr Jones. But DeJuan Clark's moved into 3rd place. He's on the yellow, and it's a good lane too. So if he continues this charge, he could push Tony DeSalvo down. Chris Snyder down. Those two are in fourth and fifth, and they have been sniffing. They have been in third. Both of them have been in third at some point today. But now that honor goes to DeJuan Clark.
1 minute left.
Filling out the podium, third place overall.
Wow, Martinez, 792.
Last lap, Tony Castillo with a 7.37. The other drivers, 7.7 for DeJuan, 7.3 for Steven, 7.92.
Luis, 792. Castillo, 737. Chris, 840. Tony, 925.
30 seconds. Ten seconds.
Good lap.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
All right.
DeSalvo, 18.5. Chris, 20.3. Castillo, 24.1. Martinez, 21.6. DeJuan, 21.8. And Steven, 22.8. Last time going to Steven, 731.
Tony Castillo.
731 with a 7.
Tony Castillo handily wins that heat
Tony DeSalvo to green. Steven
with 24.1 laps.
DeJuan's going black.
And he's
Attention.
taking a
1
big
minute
lead
left.
now in the
30
overall.
seconds.
So Tony Castillo has more than 6 laps lead over Stephen Clark Jones in second.
Next race.
And
Frank.
it's going to be hard to
Chris,
catch.
Michael, Wanda, and Carlos.
In fact, there's only one heat left, this final heat.
And those that are racing right now.
So let's see where the real close race is. With just one heat remaining. That would be the battle between Chris Snyder and DeJuan Clark.
Attention. 1 minute left.
Battling for third place.
Say thank you to Ernie.
And DeJuan's going to black.
Provided for SlotCars, 124th and 132nd. Make sure you give him a thank you. People like Ernie, this place will be a whole different SlotCar track. Don't hold it against him because he's a candidate.
30 seconds.
Started from the stage.
So, and Tony Castillo's going to yellow, so he's got this made. He's going to have a good day probably, actually. We'll see how he does when he moves up into the semis. Because Tony's really shown these guys the way around with a 7-lap lead and one heat still to go.
Here we go, last heat. Only
3, 2, 1, go.
Stephen Clark Jones comes out of the box strong, and he's turned a 7.5 on blue. He's taking this serious today. He actually has a fastest lap time currently. Up there, Tony Castillo tries to answer it with a 7.519, but Stephen's 7.508, still fastest lap of this heat. So Stephen Clark Jones in second place, given a solid charge. And Stephen has 8 laps ahead of the next closest driver, who's DeJuan Clark. DeJuan just needs to have a good solid run here and he'll have third place and a podium finish.
DeJuan Clark, 106. Chris Snyder, 105. DeSalvo, 103. Martinez, 104. DeSalvo, 103.
So first driver to will be Stephen Clark Jones.
Stephen Clark Jones ran a 7.15 on blue.
Oh, and he smoked a lap of a 7.15 on blue. Fastest lap of the day on that lane. And Tony Castillo and DeJuan Clark are both even with 11 laps. DeJuan's doing a great job of hanging on to third place. This is going to be a big finish for him. Just needs to stay ahead of the driver on red, Chris Snyder. So red and white side by side on the track are having a battle, in fact, for 4th place. Luis Martinez on the slightly inner white lane over red has a chance to move up
1 minute left.
if he can just keep it on the track.
Stephen, 122, Devon, 113. On his tail, Snyder, 113 on red. The race is for third between Devon and Chris. 40 seconds.
Oh, and that's it. Dewan needs to be careful. He could fall into the clutches of Chris Snyder. One off. It cost him the podium
30
position
seconds.
for this heat.
Tony just run the 17.6. 20 seconds.
Oh, hopefully that wasn't off by Dewan.
127. Devon.
Yes, it looks like it wasn't off by Dewan. So I believe Chris Snyder has moved into 3rd place.
10 seconds.
Yes, I confirm that. Chris Snyder is now in 3rd, followed by Dewan Clark in 4th.
After the race, don't pick up the car.
But Tony Castillo and Stephen Farr still in the top 2 positions.
Chris, 19.9. Martinez, 19.8.
Okay.
DeSilva, 19.5. Stephen, 24. Coming back. Castillo, 22. Yuan, 20. Even cars where they sit. You guys are two on the next race.
Tony, come on over here, man. Awesome.
Don't touch the car.
All right.
Hey,
All right.
put the car back. Tony, put the car back. Good job, no, it's in yellow. Minus the lap on yellow. Touch the car.
Okay, Tony, good race. Excellent. And I watched the race. You didn't even qualify, right?
I couldn't make it that early, but I saw the video. It was really looked like a lot of fun.
Yes, you did well. You stayed on the most challenging lane is the red lane. You stayed on really good. So on behalf of Electric Dreams, I want to present you with the heat winner. All right, there you go. And so was it the fact that you brought your wife as a pit crew? Or did that help you?
That's a big help. That's a really big help.
Where's she at? Let's get her. Come on in here. Come on in. Not you. Oh, I didn't know. Are you married to Tony? Liza?
Yes.
Good job. Good
Thank
teamwork.
you.
Good
Thank
teamwork. You guys. Well, he since you were here, I never seen you do so well on the track.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
All right. That's a good point. All right. Come more often. All right, Tony. Great job. Congratulations.
Green is 58.
Stephen, I'm blue.
17.
On yellow.
Chris, the one beat you by that much.
That looks like 20. Is it 25 or 26?
26.
Hey, nice job. Nice job, Tony. Yeah, you did well. All right, so the second heat race is lining up now. Soon the drivers get their 1 minute warm up, and then they'll line up for the second heat race of the day. So all the heat races were seeded by the qualifying that was held yesterday. So this is heat 2, has the second. I guess we'll call them. These would be the 4th quickest group of drivers. So we have 5 different seeded heat groups. We're going to run through 5 heats a day to line them up for the semis. And this is the second heat here. Here's Stephen Farr Jones, our What? Warranty? Oh, yeah, yeah. But that's... No, that's not a warranty type failure, I don't think there. Steven's got a car here that hit the wall, and he's talking it over with Ernie Mercetti, who's manufactured the car.
Keep going. That's one. What are you looking for?
Okay.
They never knew.
Is everybody ready? 1 minute to warm up.
Okay. So that little complaint paid off. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, free part's always good. All right, so here we go with the warm-up. In the previous warm-up, we had a few drivers crashing. It's not really confidence gaining when you crash in the warm-up, so here we look a little more steady. One car's been off, though. All right, they're lining up the marshals. Everyone who raced in the previous heat. Marshal for this heat. So they've got to find their marshalling spots and attend to the cars that have come off the track. So.
10 seconds.
There you go, right there. That's it.
There we go.
All right. So that was the warm-up. Michael O'Donnell, it would appear, had the best time in the warm-up. With a 7.151. It's a pretty good lap. Maybe not it, though.
Hey, Frank. My wife, I saw a deer going to work the other day. She says, how do you know the deer was going to work?
It's just a tough delivery.
I don't know where you got it, but leave it there next time. Thank you.
Hear about the guy that got shot with an upholstery gun? He's fully recovered now.
Oh.
Okay. Race number 2 of the MR SlotCar Challenge. Mr. One and Only, Ernie Mosetti. Marshall's ready, driver's ready.
10. Sal, how old are you? Okay.
10. Controllers hooked up right.
All right, here we go. Ready.
Here we go.
Vic's about to give the green light.
I just hit the space bar.
Again.
One more time.
And try it this way.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
And here we go for the start of the race. The start of heat race number 2. So it's heat number 1. There are 6 heats in every heat race. 5 heat races today, each featuring different drivers. So in this heat race number 2, we have Frank Sesto Jr., Ted Needham,
Come on here, Steven, watch
Chris
the turn.
Tsukamoto,
That's you.
Michael O'Donnell,
That's you too.
Jim Monda, and Carlos Pineche.
Sort of watch out of the corner you're on.
And the first driver to 5 laps is Chris Tsukamoto, followed by Carlos Pineche.
It's going to be 100, so.
So it's
Pablo 726 on black. Monda 804. Michael 735. Chris 706. Ken 713. Cisco 728. Got ourselves here a little fast group, you know?
Yeah, we got Chris Sukamoto. Chris just took it down to 6.83. This is lap for the day. Earlier at a 7.0, even that eclipses everyone in the first heat. But now he's down to 6.83. No one else is going in the sixes.
Chris comes out with a 6.83, guys. Not to be outdone. We got Ted 7.13. Carlos 7 flat. Gotta go deep, Carlos.
And we got
Come on.
Appreciate all the
Lap down, Lewis.
quick turn marshaling.
So currently in this heat, it's Chris Sukamoto, followed by Carlos Peniche, followed by Sukamoto. So Chris came out fast early, but must have had an accident. One off, one crash, one small bit of time off the track can cost you quite a bit.
Attention.
When the guys are doing 7-second lap times. If the marshal doesn't give you a really quick reset, maybe 3 to 4 seconds, I mean, if it takes them 4 seconds, you lose a half a lap. Simple as that. So Chris Sukamoto retakes the lead with some steady driving. He's now in first place, followed by Tim Nita and Carlos Peniche. So Tim Nita on white
30 seconds.
has moved up to challenge these guys, which is a big statement on the white lane. So he'll probably be a contender later and throughout this race.
Michael 7.35, but Stephen has a fast time on blue so far with a 7.15. Carlos is second fast time on black so far with a 7.00.
10 seconds.
7.3 on green is faster.
I think 7.3 is faster. On black, Jack. Carlos.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
And that's it.
Listo 23, Ted 24,
That
Chris
went by
24,
pretty quickly there.
Michael 20.7.
Although they all last 3 minutes, I guess it just felt quicker than normal to me. So 24.8 laps for the leader, Chris Sukamoto, followed by Carlos Peniche. Oh, actually followed by Ted Nita and then Carlos Peniche. So excuse me there, Ted. Ted finished in second.
Attention.
Chris,
1 minute left.
Ted,
30 seconds.
Carlos, Frank, Michael, and Jim Monda make up the heat and finished in that order.
Don't accept any emails from Hormel Foods. It might be spam.
Attention. 1 minute left.
Hey, Steven, that's a good one for Victor.
Yeah, that is a good one.
Trying to maintain, you know what I'm saying? 45 seconds. Once again, racers for the next race. Rick Reed, Dennis Samson, Gary Donahoe, Lindell Richards, Tim Herrera, and Elias.
He's not here yet. He may be late.
30 seconds.
Feels good.
As good as this is going, Tim may be late.
This is where you gotta run your lap.
They're going good.
20.
I got it. I got my phone.
Also, in between the current classifications are on the board, right here in the back of the Samson track. Okay, controllers hooked up right, turn marshals ready. Heat number 2.
3, 2, 1, go.
And that's it. That's the start. The second heat of the second heat race. And first is Michael O'Donnell.
And that one's red. You knocked it off. Put your badge in your teeth and put it inside. Oh, watch it. Come on, Carlos. Watch your turn. White. I know it. My fault.
Okay, we
Stoppage.
Chris, 683.
And he turned a 6.83 on yellow.
Cisco, 734.
Chris is on the yellow lane, which has proven to be the fastest lane so far today. So let's see how much time he can put on the field with this lane.
Yes, Chris.
Track call. 3, 2, 1, power.
So Chris Sakamoto, 11 laps. Carlos, 11 laps. Ted Nita, 11 laps. It continues to be those three. So it's Chris Sakamoto, followed by Carlos Paneche and Ted Nita. Chris Sakamoto turns 6.821 fast lap. 7.195. Oh, there's a new Chris Sakamoto. 7.9.
We don't always race slot cars, but when we do, we race that electric dream.
Yep.
Chris, 677.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Way to help.
Chris was 42, Carlos was 41, Ted was 41, Cisco was 39.
Track call.
Right here. Put it behind. Put it behind. Yeah, that's
3,
it's got a
2,
plastic
1, go.
And because
No, it's that green car, the Frank's car, the blue one, is the one that's making that funny sound. I think it's because it's got a plastic gear.
So Chris Sakamoto
30 seconds.
race and leading this heat as well. Top of the race. So fast.
Wendy.
Ten
They're both on the
seconds.
same.
Chris just a hair faster, 676. Not that I
That
know
was
anything about hair.
Ted Nita has 1 lap
In
down
the stint, please
in
change
third
lanes.
place.
Ted, 23.4. Michael, 19.
And that's the end of the third heat.
23.4. Carlos, 24.6. Chris, 25.2. And Jim, 21. Last time going to Chris, 676. And the first one, 25 laps. Okay, next race, Rick Reed, Samson, Donahoe, Lindell, Herrera, and Elias. Those that are racing now, turn on
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
the next race. Jim Herrera's in the house.
Attention, 1 minute left.
$45.
45 seconds remain in the changeover. The guys are getting their tires clean. They're getting lined up controllers. They're getting their controllers set. They're getting ready for this heat. Some of them have some pit help that allows them to go
30 seconds.
a little sooner.
Okay, here we go. 20 seconds.
Okay, we're ready for the third heat of this race. There's 10.
Here we go. Control shift upright. Heat number 3.
It's set up for moves. Okay. Just keep doing what you're doing.
3, 2, 1, go.
So Carlos, Panache, first to 2.
Two cars here.
Carlos Frank Sesto's on yellow. Frank's in fourth place. Frank says was in fourth. He's in yellow. He's already in second for this heat. And so he may be making us charge back. And there comes Chris Tsukamoto showing himself, showing his pace. So Frank, Ted Nia just did the fastest lap of this heat. 7:0.44. Oh, and now we have Frank Sisto with a 6.954. So Frank Sisto puts himself into the 6-second club. One of just 3 drivers today to go into 6-second lap time.
There's Carlos. Carlos representing all those that live in Downey. The Carpenters. Yeah, now 704.
Good remembering.
Chris, 700.
Good remembering, man, Downey. Carpenter.
Oh, and there goes Tsukamoto with a 6.82, 6.81 on black.
Some people I ran a 681 on black. This was
He is now quickest driver in this heat, followed by Frank Sesto with a 6.95, and Frank just backed his up with a 6.96. So steady 6.9s will do you well.
Way to call it out, Jim.
Attention.
1 minute to go in this heat.
Red.
number 3.
Chris Tsukamoto leads. First driver to 18. Boy, it's close, though. There's 3 drivers, all just right on top of each other. Yeah, Chris Nita and Carlos Panache. Chris Tsukamoto, Panache.
30 seconds.
Good job. Way to pick it up.
And it continues. Tsukamoto, Panache, Sisto.
I do the same thing.
10 seconds remain.
10 seconds.
Rather than moving it over like I do.
Track call.
Well, we've got a track call with 5 seconds remaining.
3, 2, 1, go.
4 seconds.
End of stint. Please change
And
lanes.
that's it. That heat is over. Just 2 heats to go.
24.6. Ted, 23.5. Jim, 21. Sisto, 24.5. And Chris, another 25.2. Okay, going to heat number 4. Carlos going to rojo. Jim going to white. Michael going to green. Chris to blue. Ted to yellow. Sisto going to black.
So the standings remains Chris Tsukamoto in first, followed by Carlos Panache in second, Ted Nita third, Frank Sisto fourth, Jim Monda fifth, and Michael O'Donnell is in sixth.
Attention. 1 minute left.
Hey, Tim, how about half a break more? You said in. We don't know what in is. In, out. How about more?
30 seconds.
Right there.
Carlos, my friend has twins. One is called Juan and the other one's Amal. And I asked him, why do you only have one picture? Because they said if you've seen one, you've seen them all.
That's about it.
3, 2, 1, go.
Worst one was the first one, the 0 one. You didn't get a reaction. Yellow.
Carlos Panache, first to 2 laps. He is your leader of this heat. And he's wrong. Tim Nita and Chris Tsukamoto, they're the top 3 in this heat. Yeah, and Chris Tsukamoto's down in the 6.9 already. The blue lane. He's on a 6.8, a new fast lap. Down to 7 even. Tsukamoto race. Laying down some blistering lap times. In second place in this heat, chasing down Ted Nita on yellow.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, there was a.
Guys, remember, it takes 2 in a relationship. So when it fails, also blame the mom.
Track code. Rider detected.
Uh-oh.
You're just going to have to. Whoa, behind blue.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Tim Nita is the heat leader, followed by Chris Tsukamoto and Carlos Panache. Ted Nita turned a 6.899 for fast lap. Chris Tsukamoto 6.7. Chris Nita just turned a 7.4, so he had a 6.88. Now he's turning 7.2s. Could be a little steadier. He's got the yellow lane. It's a good advantage. He needs to do all 6 nines.
On the 799, Carlos 746 on red. Him now 799 on green.
Yeah. 30 seconds.
Breaking out here to a nice lead on the yellow lane. He's taking advantage of that yellow lane. And Chris Otto's on blue, but seems to have made a couple of mistakes because he's a lap down. In fact, he may be 2 laps down to Tim Nita.
10 seconds.
Going to go 2 laps down soon. So it is
End of stint.
Carlos Panache
Please change lanes.
and Chris Tsukamoto.
23.7. Jim 20.6. Michael 19.4. Chris 23.4. Ted is in the 25 second 12. 25.3. And Cisco 22.7.
So Chris Tsukamoto lead the race, followed by Carlos Panache and Ted Nita.
It's close because he's still with Carlos. I think
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
And Chris Tsukamoto has 97.4. 95.7 laps in second place, and Ted Nita 9.35 laps. Has a nearly lead on the drivers in second and third on the lap total.
Attention,
95
1 minute
laps.
left.
Tenths of a lap.
Racers, next race, be ready. Rick, Samson, Gary, Lindell, Tim, and Elias. 40 seconds. This is heat number 5. Those that are racing this race, Trey Marshall, next one.
30 seconds.
30 seconds to go till the heat restarts.
We almost got an extra lap. Give it to him.
Oh, Al says give it to him.
Okay, it says 15 seconds.
Oh, there's some other Corinthians, Palmeiras, and then there's Santos about 60 miles away. That's what I played.
How long is a minute? Depends
Yes,
on what
I'm
side
talking
of the
about
bathroom door you're on.
the jersey I was wearing yesterday.
There you go. Key number 5. Control
That's not funny, but it's true.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so this heat has started. This will be the second in this heat race. Heat 5 of 6. The early leader, Carlos Panache, followed by Chris Tsukamoto, Sisto. Tednita's right in there also. There's a tight race for the top, between the top 4. So the top 4 drivers in the overall also lead this heat. They are the top 4 drivers for this heat. Last lap so far in the on black with the 9. The 702. Frank Sisto with the 7. So continues to lead, but his lap has fallen down. There's 2 laps over Ted Nita. Chris Tsukamoto leads overall, followed by Ted Nita. And Carlos Panache and Frank Sisto are on the same overall with 104 laps. So is closely fought right now.
A lot happened.
3, 2, 1, go. Track call.
Put it in the wrong track.
This was in green.
Shot the wrong sticker. Hold on. Or just take it off.
Oops. You know what?
No.
Thank you.
Here we go. 3,
Right.
2, 1, go.
Now, someone had the wrong sticker on their car, apparently. So now that has been sorted out.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Attention, 1 minute left.
Ed, 689, Michael, 782, Cisco, 707, Carlos, 724, Chris, 700, Jim, 839. 45 seconds.
Tsukamoto leads this heat, followed by Ted Nita and Frank. Chris Tsukamoto has actually Ted Nita has the fastest lap of this heat on black, down in black. Ted Nita doing a 6.89. Chris they're doing a 6.98. So they're pretty close. Tsukamoto's on white.
Pick it up next time. Tony, pick Pick it up, Tony. It's right on the windshield. I'm looking at it. Come on. And pick the car up. Don't turn it over on the track. Tony, get it off the
Here
track.
we go.
Don't turn
3,
it over on the
2, 1, go.
It's a job that costs 10.
Understood. Please change lanes.
All right.
20, Chris, 25.6. Carlos, 20. Got the switch card.
So that was the end of that heat. On to the 2-minute driver, 2-minute lane change. Yeah, the 2-minute lane change with just the winner of that one on blue Frank Sisco Jr., followed by Ted Nita in black.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
Gary, Liddell, Tim, and Elias, you ready to go?
Okay.
Was that turn, Marshall? Next race will be those that are racing.
Sorry, kid. I couldn't see that.
Once again, if you don't have a chance to go personally thank Ernie,
Attention, 1 minute left.
make sure you do that. You always want to thank the host. He's the hostess with the mostest. Ernie Mosecki. Oh, he's a host, he's a guest of honor, he's a chingon, he's everything. Numero uno.
Yeah, I went up,
That's
back,
amazing.
back, and up. It seems like you go down and you do it all, and you're like, I want to go back.
This is the
30 seconds.
All right, 30 seconds in the lane change.
ever started with, I ate a salad.
Take a 45-minute lunch break because last race we had no
Okay, are you ready to
Broadcasting 101. My summer should go to broadcasting.
Air Marshal? Last team.
3, 2, 1.
All right, here's the start of the final heat.
Last team, this is for that free trip to Hawaii. Problem is, though, playing these in 5 minutes at LAX.
Ted Nita rips off a 7.10 to take the lead of this heat. Chris Tsukamoto's in second with a 7.18. And a solid lead in the overall. Chris Tsukamoto's got a 3-lap lead over Ted Nita in the overall with this final heat.
702, Jim 802, Sisto 785, Chris carrying up on red 711.
So the overall standings, Chris Tsukamoto's in the lead, Ted Nita's in second, Frank Sisto's in third, Chris Pinocchio is in fourth, Jim Mondo fifth, and Michael O'Donnell in sixth place. With a minute and a half remaining in this heat, or a minute and 50 seconds.
Really racing Nita.
So best lap times in this race are all in the 7.0s. We got a 7.026 out of Carlos Pinochet, 7.028 out of Ted Nita, 7.031 out of Chris Tsukamoto.
Attention, 1 minute left.
We got 1 minute left in this heat race. And this will set the guys' positions for the semis. We're having 5 heat races today. And we're going to take the overall total laps for each driver. And then the top 12 drivers will be placed in the 2 semifinal races. So even though this is only the second heat race, these guys do have a chance to get into the semifinals. The heat races are seeded, however. So the drivers coming up next will have qualified quicker than these 6 drivers.
10 seconds.
Rick, Dennis, Gary, Liddell, Tim, Elias. You ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
End of race.
End of race.
All right, that's the end of the race.
25, Cisco 23, Tim 21, Ted 24, Carlos 25, O'Donnell 19.
Chris Tsukamoto.
Come on, come on.
Are on green, Jane.
I think we're ready to go. All right, Chris Tsukamoto, congratulations on your race. You ran a really great race. How was it out there?
Rough.
Hey, but you did good. You ran a good race. You stayed in.
Yeah. I tried,
Trying, it seemed to work. So on behalf of Electric Dreams, here is your heat winner plaque. All right, take a look right there. All right, good job, Chris. Congratulations. All right, we're setting up for the next race. And we're going to go right back to Craig, if I can find where Craig went. Maybe Craig went to take a break, but nevertheless, I'm here with you guys. And it's been a great day of racing here at Electric Dreams. Some great cars. It's great to see my fellow slot car racers out enjoying this great event. And we got great weather here in El Segundo today. Yeah, Craig is actually taking a little bit of a food break. So I'm going to stay with you guys, and thank you again for attending our wonderful event. Thank you to Ernie Massetti for the wonderful cars he's provided for us. And I haven't come to my race yet, but I will be racing after this heat. Oh, boy. So for those of you who have not been to Electric Dreams, we're in El Segundo, California, just a stone's throw from LAX. But don't throw any stones, please. But come and visit. Come by. We are open Tuesday through Saturday. It's going to be Tuesday through Friday, 9 to 5, and then Saturdays we're open 10 to 3. So bring the kids, bring everybody, bring the dogs. The cats may have to stay home, but please bring the dogs and anybody you like. Come and join us for some racing fun. We've pretty much come down to the finish of our racing for the year, and we will have a new racing calendar out next year. So stay tuned for that. If you want to find out all of our information, you can go to electricdreams.com and get all the information there that you need for next year's races, and I believe the calendar will be ready around mid-December for next year's racing. So please come and join us for some racing.
Where's my stickers?
Right here.
Okay, the drivers are getting ready for their practice. We're going to have about a 1-minute practice here.
Okay, where are the turn marshals? We need Carlos, Ted, Jim, Chris, Michael, Cisco. Who's there? Cisco's there. Where's Michael?
Right here.
Right there. Where's Chris?
He's outside, I think.
Okay, so we need Carlos in spot 1. You want to go to 1, Carlos?
It's a warm-up, right?
Warm-up. Yeah, we need the turn marshal.
After the warm-up. Okay. Yeah, the sticker's on it already.
I'm doing Ted. Okay, he's got to go.
Okay, we're getting ready to start a little bit of a warm-up here.
Go ahead and see if we can
Tell Chris to get in there, Ted. He's outside.
He's right there. He's right there.
Who's down
There we go.
I need someone on number 2.
Number 2. Who's supposed to do 2?
Number 2 is supposed to be Ted. Okay. Carlos, Ted, Jim, Chris, Michael, Frank. All this have to be out here.
All right, practice is underway for heat number 3. In heat number 3, we have Rick Reed, Dennis Samson, Gary Donahoe, Lindell Richards, Tim Herrera, and Elias Mohn.
30 seconds.
Again, thank you for joining us. We're live here at Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California for the MR Slot Car Challenge for those of you who are just joining us.
Be careful, the wing boost. Just to start. If it comes up during, you have to tape it on. Just to start. Here, I got it. Oh.
Great, let's cover you for your break. I saw you have one.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I'm doing this one here too. Some energy, actually.
So just whoever was doing this is going to do
Yeah,
too.
that's pretty good. You know, we'll see as we move up into the higher heat.
I'm doing it.
Yeah, it's going to be intense. So you're qualified in there too. What group are you in? Fourth or fifth? Fourth. Good. That's a good one. Yeah, very proud of that. Yeah, fourth is. Yeah, that fifth heat's rarefied air up there. Yeah, but to be in the fourth, no, I saw another guy qualified in the fourth, Tim Leaner. Yeah, good job. Because you got a really good chance of getting it. Well, you got a really good chance of getting semi.
How about turn one?
So you really have a chance of
Chris.
Right. How drowsy? No, good. Right. Well, I'm sure you really know how to manage your diet properly, if anybody, right? So you're going to eat just only the right things, right? So, tomatoes.
We need somebody.
Oh, good. Keep. Right. No, I got weak. I ate a donut. I didn't eat a donut. Not really a good thing to be eating it at once.
Someone needs to switch your system. As long as we got
Seem pretty quality. Yeah, well, the main reason I don't like donuts actually is like tonight when I finally go home and have a beer, I'll burp and taste it again. And I'll be working on it maybe tomorrow too, you know. Damn donuts, man. So, yeah.
Here we go. This is race number 3. Let's make sure the computer works.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and this is the start of the third heat race. First of 6 heat races in this heat race. There's 6 heat races, so each driver get a chance to run each lane. There's a 6-lane track. We've got 6 heat races, and then overall we've got 5 heat races. That divides up the number of drivers that entered. So we have 30 entries over 6 lanes, puts us with 5 heat races to decide the semifinals. Tim Herrera takes off to an early lead with a 6.586 on yellow, followed by Lindell Richards in second. Elias Mong in third. Yeah, Tim Herrera, fast lap on yellow, 6.4. That's a very good lap time for today, in fact, because Chris Tsukamoto is doing 6.7s, and those are the previous fast laps. So this third heat group has really picked it up, stepping it up, showing the way around. And Gary Donahoe's in second. Really nice run. Second place. Currently doing 6.8s himself, 6.825 out of Gary Donahoe. 6.81 out of Elias on black. Tim Herrera on yellow. I know Tim Herrera very well. We're good friends. And Tim needs to keep it on. Tim always can drive very fast laps. Just not to be intimidated by the other drivers.
Attention, 1 minute.
Focus on winning this race.
Gary, 682. Samson, 705. Rick, 739. 45 seconds to go. It says Tim, Gary, Elias, and Samson.
Tim Herrera continues to lead, followed by Gary Donahoe and Elias Mon. Just 20 seconds remain. Tim comes off but holds on to the lead, but that puts him on the same lap with all the others. Oh, in fact, Gary Donahoe has made a pass of Tim Herrera, as has Elias Small. So Tim Herrera falls to third.
Rick 23.6, Samson 24.5, Gary 25.4,
So
Liddell 24.1, Herrera 25, could have been 26, Elias 25.4.
the ultimate winner of this heat, Gary Donahoe, followed by Elias Mon, Tim Herrera, Dennis Samson, Lindell Richards, and Rick Reed. Tim Herrera was out to an early lead, but he came off a couple of times, and that cost him 2 places to fall to third. His lap time is a full 3.5 tenths quicker than the next fastest driver. And he had yellow, which was one of the very best lanes. But he threw away a bit of the yellow advantage by overdriving. Still early, though. Only the start of the second heat.
I'm not sure-footed. It makes me dizzy.
Adam and Eve were the first people to not read the terms and conditions from Apple.
Because it is. I'd rather have
40.
30 seconds.
So Gary Donahoe's moved to yellow lane. He is the leader. Let's see if he can use the yellow lane to his full advantage. Lead all the laps without coming off. He should be able to get possibly a 26 lap.
Air Marshal's ready? Controller switched up right?
Yeah, 25.5 laps in the previous heat on. And now he's on the yellow lane, which is an excellent lane. Tim Herrera breaks out with a 6.86, 6.80, betters it on black. Gary Donahoe has a 6.85 on yellow. Elias with a 6.85 on blue. So the first, the only ones in the sixes. Elias and Tim Herrera, followed by Lindell Richards and Rick Reed.
Rick 705, Lindell 713, Samson 719.
Rick Reed with a 7.054, knocking on that 6-second door. There he goes, a 6.969 for Rick Reed on the green.
There you go. Now Michael Kale. Michael Kale watching. You do well, Michael.
Lap of this race, 6.80. By Tim Herrera on black. Tim's in third place. In front of him, and Elias Mo. Elias is one of our youngest racers. It's always fun to watch him race. He's got a lot of enthusiasm. He has a lot of fun coming out and racing with us. He's pretty serious about prepping his cars. Yeah, in fact, Elias has a second of this heat with a 6.78. Tim Herrera has bettered him with a 6.731, but 6.78 from Elias is excellent. And then it's Gary 6.7. Got 4 drivers in the lines. Gary Donahoe, leader of the race and the leader of the heat.
30 seconds.
Gary Donahoe followed by So Rick Reed on green is in 5th place up Oh, but he's making a move up through the field. He's going to have an excellent heat here. He's going to finish second in the heat. So Gary Donahoe won the heat. He's your leader overall. Rick Reed was second. He's in fifth overall, but hopefully moving up. And then we had Elias, Tim Herrera, Dennis Samson, and Linda Richards round the field.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds. Attention, 1 minute left.
Hey, does anybody have an owner's manual for a white? Now, I'm looking for an owner's manual. Mine's making a whining sound.
Thank you.
Not enough wine.
Wife says I'm also pushing her buttons constantly.
30 seconds.
I'm just trying to find the mute button. Okay. Tough crowd, tough crowd. Walter says 20. Everybody, Mr. Cisco will bring lane.
10 seconds to go
Heat number 3.
for the start of the heat.
Walt, Mark, Bob, Al.
This is heat number 3 of the third heat race of the day.
Here we go. Control this up front.
3, 2, 1, power.
So Elias was closest to the lap counter. That means there's a good chance he's going to lead this race. And that's good for him. Elias is in second place overall. He's on the white lane. He's out in front. If he can stay out in front on the white lane, that would be a really good move for the young man. But Tim Herrera loves to lay down the fast laps. Tim Herrera lays down a 6.435. Backs it up with a 6.6. He's on the blue lane. Can Tim hang on and make a comeback? He's in second place overall. He's on the same lap now with Gary Donahoe, who's on black. This is going to put some pressure on Gary. Black lane is a good lane. It's short, but it's difficult. So we have Gary Donahoe is leading the heat, though. So Gary Donahoe is leading the race and leading the heat. That's what he needs to do to win. Herrera is in second. Oh, and Elias is right there, too. So Elias actually is second in the race, tied with Tim with 61 laps. Gary Donahoe has a lap on the pair of them.
Everybody's on the same lap. Both racing here. You have to do.
That's in the overall. In this heat, all 6 drivers are still on the lap, with Rick Reed leading the heat on yellow. Fast lap for the heat. Tim Herrera 6.42. Rick Reed 6.7. Dennis Samson 6.8. Gary Donahoe 6.9.
Samson 6.84. Elias 7.11. Lindell 7.15. 45 seconds.
Now, this is a very close heat race. With only one driver has been lapped so far. That's Lindell Richards in 6th. All the remaining 5 are still on the lead lap, with Rick Reed leading the race, followed by Elias, Dennis, and Gary. So this is could be a big move for Rick Reed here.
10 seconds.
Oh, now
5.
Rick continues to lead, but Tim's leading the, no, Gary
In the
continues to lead
stint,
overall.
please change lanes.
Lindell 24.6, Elias 25.6, Samson 25.8, Herrera 25.8, 26.2 from Rick, and Gary 25.4.
So we're halfway through the race. Each of the drivers has run 3 lanes.
Elias going red, Tim's going
Gary Donahoe leads. Tim Herrera is in second.
blue, Samson yellow.
Elias is in third.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
Once again, Walt, Mark, Bob, Al, Tim, and Phil in the next race.
Yeah. The cars are hooking up.
Hey, Tim, how you doing? Oh, okay. Well, he said to watch the lap counter. Apparently, Dennis feels maybe something's going on, but you know, yeah, you know, Dennis.
Attention, 1 minute left.
He thinks going. Yeah, I haven't seen that, but it is hard to follow everything. But you know, I haven't seen anybody suddenly jump.
45. Harris on red, white, and green has a fast time. Blue,
30 seconds.
Blue, yellow, and black, Tim Herrera has a fast time.
Yeah, that's right.
Between those two,
Vic Dubrowsky is just pointing out an interesting point here, and I don't know how many of the lanes Tim's run, but between Tim Herrera and Chris Tsukamoto, they have all the fast lap times that have been run so far. So I believe that Tim has some other lanes to run that Chris was fast lap.
race number 3.
So it would appear that so far Tim Herrera is the fastest driver of the day.
1, go.
And Tim Herrera rolls out with a 6.594 on his third lap. That's pretty smoking. He's on the white lane, not the best lane, but a good one. 6.53. Oh, and he backs it up. Now he's got a 6.67. Strong run for Tim Herrera on white, but he comes off. Unfortunate for him. Gary Donahoe continues to lead. He's in first place in this heat and in first place in the race, followed by Tim Herrera, Rick Reed, and Elias. Really impressive showing from Elias. I like seeing that. He's down there on red. He just had an off.
Track.
Track call.
And there's been a track.
3, 2,
Car's out on the
1.
driver panel. The car comes out on the front straightaway by the drivers as a track call to help the marshals recover the car. Oh, everyone's on 11 laps. All drivers on the lead lap. And they're remaining that way as they come up to 13 laps. This is a very close heat.
Lindell 715, Herrera 649, Elias 714.
And we've got those same 4 drivers going down into the 6s. They are Gary Donahoe, Dennis Samson, Rick Reed, and Tim Herrera. Actually, Elias has done the 6s also earlier today. So 5 of the 6 drivers in the 6-second club. Gary Donahoe leads. He leads the race and he leads the heat. Whoop. Dennis Samson.
30 seconds.
Dennis Samson is your leader on yellow. Boy, they get on that yellow lane, they lead the race. That's how it works here in this heat. That's not always the case on the Cunningham at Electric Dreams, but yellow is the best lane. And Dennis has proven that right now as he's out front on the yellow lane. 25 laps in, 6 seconds to go. Dennis making a nice run.
In the stint, please change
The
lanes.
6:824 lap time.
26, Tim, 25.1, Mendel, 23, Gary, 25.2.
Dennis Samson wins the heat with 26 laps, followed by Rick Reed with 25.8 laps, and Tim Herrera with 25.15.
Fast time on black is 6.70. Now we got Chris, Tim, and Rick having all the fast time.
That's right.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
And it's interesting we do not see a fast lap for Gary Donahoe, but he leads this race. Yeah, it's a little.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Every heat they've been doing that too, where they all stay on the lead lap, except maybe Lindell. So it's very close here. We've got 1 lap. Separates
30 seconds.
about 1.5 laps separating the top 5 drivers. So really there's a chance for just about anyone in this final heat, you know. Gary Donahoe leads, but he has less than a half of a lap lead over Rick Reed. So Rick Reed will cover 100 laps just about as soon as this race starts.
3,
And
2,
Gary already
1,
has 100
go.
laps, 100.29. And Tim Herrera sets a new fast lap for the red lane. Pushes Chris Tsukamoto off of that lane as well. So Chris still only owns 1 fast lap time.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, power.
And Tim's going to go to that lane next. So in this heat, we have Rick Reed leading, followed by Elias and Gary Donahoe. That's very close, though. Tim Herrera actually fell a lap down, though. He must have come off again. So Tim Herrera a lap down in this heat and has fallen to 4th place. Passed by Dennis Samson, is now on black in 3rd. So in the overall, we have Gary Donahoe continues to lead. He's led the entire race, followed by Rick Reed, Dennis Samson, Elias, and Tim Herrera. Tim Herrera falls to 5th on red with another.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Rick Reed first to 13. Oh, and this is the first heat where everyone's gone under 7 seconds. So we've got the slowest lap time in this heat is a 6.8 from Elias. Oh, no, Tim Herrera, 6.84 on red. So everyone in 7 to 7 seconds in this heat. This is the first heat where we've seen all drivers go under 7 seconds in the same heat. And it's a very close heat.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Rick Reed coming back. Oh, Rick Reed moves on to the same lap as Gary Donahoe in the overall. Dennis Samson is tightening up as well, as is Elias. We've got a four-way race forming up for the lead.
30 seconds.
Gary is vulnerable. He can be cut, and I believe he has to go to red too, right? So with Gary going to red and Tim going to green, the next heat should be a real thriller. So Dennis down there on black, doing well, but Rick Reed, really some steady, impressive driving here in the last few heats.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
Wow, that tightens it up.
Gary 26, Elias 25.6, Rick 27, the first 27, Lindell 25.2, Samson 25.8.
So,
Gary's going to red.
boy, look at that.
Green, Samson with blue, Elias to yellow.
Rick Reed and Gary Donahoe are in an exact tie with 5 heats in. They each have 126.1 laps. So to the 10th of a lap, they are tied, Gary and Rick Reed. Followed by Dennis Samson in 124. Boy, this is, yeah, Dennis Samson has an excellent opportunity here, as do Elias going to yellow.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Jeez. I might put my money on Elias going to yellow.
Finish on blue. I'm done. No, you didn't finish on blue. I started on blue. Huh?
It's very tight heat here. This is the closest heat of the day, in fact.
This is the last heat.
All the drivers.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
Yeah, this is the final heat, and it is very close.
You guys are racing Joe Marshall the next race?
What? Okay.
Next race,
With it.
Rob, Al, Tim, and Flying Phil Nyland.
With a tie for the lead, this is a really exciting final heat. And we really have an opportunity for
Here we go. 3,
for the
2,
top 3 positions.
1,
It's really pretty
go.
wide open. In fact, even the top 4 positions are going to be a close fought battle. Okay. So, Gary Donahoe out there on red. He's got to be a bit uncomfortable. He's got Rick Reed right next to him on white. They are the 2 leaders side by side. Gary Donahoe and Rick Reed racing red and white. But there are faster drivers out there. They've fallen behind a little bit already. Dennis Samson leading the heat. Dennis Samson leads the heat, and he needs to make up about 1 lap. There, Dennis Samson moves on to the lead lap for the overall race. So he's now on the tail end of Gary Donahoe and Rick Reed for the overall. Presumably coming up behind them. He's gotten onto that lead lap. Dennis Samson.
Doesn't need to be on. Just
The
3, 2, 1.
So it's Gary Donahoe in first, Rick Reed in second, Dennis Samson in third, Tim Herrera in fourth, Elias Mon in fifth, and Lindell in 6th place. And this is very close. We have 0.01 laps between the 2 leaders. 1/100th of a lap separates the 2 leaders. Rick Reed is the leader overall. 140 laps, 141. It is extremely close. White and red side by side. I mean, they're on the same matching side lanes. And there is only a tenth or two of a lap between the two of them. And Dennis Samson's in third. He's on the lead lap. Oh, that was it. Dennis Samson may have just had an off. So, oh, it looks like Rick Reed has a solid lead now. He's still on the same lap as Gary, but you can tell the gap has expanded.
30 seconds.
Rick Reed just needs to hang on here, stay calm.
20 seconds. Don't touch the car.
And it is close. It is Rick Reed, Gary Donahoe, and Dennis Samson for the overall. Elias and Tim Herrera right there as well. It's extremely close as we come up to 150 laps. It's going to end right here with 151 laps. 151 laps for Rick Reed. 150 laps for, oh, Dennis Samson pulls into second with 150.62 laps. Just 6/100ths of a lap ahead of Gary Donahoe in third. That was a really close finish. Hey, good run, Elias. Really good. Yeah, you did pretty well. No, you're in there. All right. This is close. We'll check on the track just to make sure the tenths are what the lap counter is counted. But usually the lap counter result is accurate. And Rick Reed wins the race.
That was exciting. All right, Rick Reed, congratulations, my racing partner from the Halloween Enduro. Congratulations. Wow, from behind, you came right up in there. Your car was running good. How was the race? What was your comments on that race?
Red lane, forget it. I can't do the red lane. But I just stayed with it. I kept going. I made one. I advanced one position just about every time.
You did well. I saw you run out there. But on behalf of Electric Dreams, congratulations for winning your heat. All right, good job. It's been a month filled with prizes. Yes, good job, Rick. All right.
19. And Lindell's on black. 84.
I guess we just leave him here.
Hey, you want to put that spot?
Yeah, I do one by hundredths of a
Those
lap.
are just March lane. Okay, Walt's on red, Mark's on white, Bob's on green, Al's on blue, Mr. Tim Cleaner on yellow, and Ryan Phil Nyland on black. Lindell goes to 1, Samson goes to 2, Gary goes to 3, Herrera goes to 4, Rick Reed 5, Elias 6.
Oh, Tracy Chin.
Lindell is going to spot 1.
Hi, Phil.
Samson to number 2.
Nice controller.
Donahoe to 3. Herrera to 4. Rick to 5. And Elias to 6.
You found it outside?
Samson's where he should be. Rick is where he's at.
We're letting you in now, Mark.
Lindell,
It's already
number
there.
1.
It's already there.
Donahoe 3. Herrera 4. Green 5, Elias 6. Okay, we need the other turn mark. So we have Rick, we have Lindell, we have Gary and Samson. There's Elias. And we're missing.
We need Tim Herrera.
Tim.
On the track first.
Herrera, ven acá.
You did good.
Aurora.
25 laps per lane. Tim's coming, he's outside.
Okay. Got one. No. Where's
Tim's on his way.
That's fine. Okay, we'll go ahead. Okay, let's go ahead and do the practice. Let's see if this computer works now. Working?
I got it.
Is there any, did you see anything?
Okay.
No, it wasn't for me. He was thinking. I know why I did what I did.
Okay, there you go. Our round, right? 1 minute. Use it or lose it.
They'll be gone after this heat.
Race number 4.
30 seconds. Ten seconds.
So the drivers just ran their 1 minute warm up for the 4th heat race of 5 today. So with this being the 4th heat race of 5, this is the second fastest group of drivers that came out of the seeded qualifying.
Race number 4. Heat number 1.
And those drivers are Walter Baynes, Marc Natividad, Bob Ahulii, Al Castillon, Tim Fleener, and Phil Nyland. Not necessarily in that order. Those are the 6 drivers qualified for this heat. What the overall rankings should be appearing pretty soon, but they tend to, in this early going, stick pretty well with the heats. So certainly the 3 fastest drivers or 4 came out of that prior heat. But in my experience of this before, this heat and the next could easily produce some surprises about who ends up in the final, or at least in the semifinals. It actually will be. We're going to have 2 semifinals after these 5 heat races. We have 5 heat races, 2 semifinals, and then finally the championship race for the MR Slot Car Championship. This is for cars built by Ernie Mossetti, the legendary slot car racer Ernie Mossetti. He owns his own slot car building company now, and he builds some really good looking slot cars. I think those Marlboro McLarens are just so good looking. All right, someone took to the air there in the first corner. And Tim Herrera struggling with a guide that would not line up. And unfortunately, whoever it was came off on that first lap. It cost them because they were not put in. Oh, and unfortunately, it looks like that was probably Tim Fleener. And I know Tim, he gets frustrated pretty easy. So hopefully he'll be able to stay calm and come back. Bob Ahulii leads, followed by Al Castillon, Marc Natividad, Phil Nyland, Walter Baynes, and Tim Fleener. So Bob Ahulii with a 6.560, but the fast lap belongs to Al Castillon with a 6.550.
First driver 10, Bob Ahulii.
We've got Tim Fleener and Marc Natividad both doing 6.7s. Walter Baynes and Phil Nyland doing 6.8s. Walter's on red, Phil's on black. So they're on the outer gutter lanes. Those are more difficult.
673, Walt 687. Minute 30, Bob, Al, and Mark. Natividad runs a 660.
So it's Bob Ahulii leading the heat, followed by Al Castillon and Marc Natividad. Phil Nyland's in fourth and on the lead lap.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Phil Nyland's last driver on the lead lap. So we got 4 drivers on the lead lap. And he just had an off. Oh, that looks like that was Tim Fleener again now. Frustrating start for Tim because he's on the yellow lane. The yellow lane's really important when racing on this track. You've got to make good time on the yellow lane. Got to get a lot of laps. Let me say that. Every lane's important, but some lanes get bigger totals than others. And yellow, blue, and green are those 3 lanes where the totals will be large. Al Castillon taking advantage of blue to lead the race, followed by Marc Natividad on white and Bob Ahulii on green. So Bob had the early lead, but Al and Marc have both passed him now. Bob must have had an off. Marc Natividad's putting himself in a good place by being in second in the white lane.
25, Mark 26, Bob 26, Al 26.4.
So Al Castillon wins the heat by just 0.3 of a lap over Marc Natividad. And then Bob Ahulii just 0.07 of a lap behind Marc Natividad. So 0.07 of a lap means their cars are pretty much side by side. Good run. And there goes Bob Ahulii with a good start.
1 minute left. 30 seconds.
I grew up with Bob Hope, Steve Jobs, and Johnny Cash. Now there's no jobs, no cash, and no hope. Remember, guys, this is a hope and change race. Or no, this is a change and hope race. Change the motor and hope you go faster.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Okay, so we got Mark 657, Bob 656, Al 655. Both racing here, Electric Dreams. You guys remember the toilet paper shortage? Yeah, when we ran out of toilet paper, we used a newspaper. Times are rough.
All right, just 30 seconds to go before this heat race begins. This is the second heat out of 6 in the 4th race.
Okay, turn marshal is ready. Driver's ready. Heat on dos. Controller set left, right? Yes. Here we go. Are you doing first heat? Anybody?
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, power.
Dion takes the early lead. So he was not only in the lead, he was closest to the lap counter, and that gives him the opportunity to take the lead in this heat as well, right from the gate. But Al's lap times are certainly not the fastest out there right now. He's on the white lane. Turn is 6.9. But we have Bob Ahulii on yellow, turn 7. We have Walter Baynes on green, turning a 7. So those are the two quickest drivers on the track right now. No one has eclipsed Tim Herrera's lap time.
Walt 672, Al 697, Mark 704. From 7 to 10, Ahulii.
Ahulii leads this heat, followed by Tim Fleener, Marc Natividad, and Al Castillon.
Ahulii 656, second fastest, Phil Nyland 669. I think next race, all the cars should be multiple cars. All painted same scheme, that would really test your dementia.
Bob Ahulii, first one to 41 laps.
Oh man, Nyland
Leads over Al Castillon and Marc Natividad.
Al 667.
Wow, yeah, we got lots of 6.6s and even a 6.5 up
Attention,
there
1 minute
from
left.
Bob Ahulii. That doesn't beat Tim Herrera's 6.4, but we saw Tim wasn't quite able to keep it on, so those lap times maybe not representative.
45 seconds.
Thirty seconds
30
remain
seconds.
in this heat.
Great thinking there from Elias.
10 seconds.
Bob Ahulii continues to lead, followed by Al Castillon and Tim Fleener.
3.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
Nice run, guys.
25.2, Al 26.1, Walt 24, Flying Phil Nyland 25.2, Bob Ahulii from the Islands comes out rookie at 26.5, Mr. Tim Fleener 25.6 as well.
So Bob Ahulii won the heat with 26.59 laps, followed by Al Castillon with 26.1.
Because if you're leading doesn't mean that
Marc Natividad was in third with 25.29 laps.
Attention,
Phil
1
Nyland,
minute left. 30
fourth
seconds.
place, 25.26 laps. Tim Fleener, fifth place, 27 laps. And Walter Baynes with 24 laps on green. Walter must have run into some trouble on green. Could have had a better total than that. So that's too bad. Walter started out with a pretty good run in the first two heats. In fact, he has the currently holds the fast lap on
1
red.
minute left.
Fast lap on red, Walter Baynes. No, Walter had difficulty on green.
45.
Yeah, and in the overall, it's pretty tight, but Bob Ahulii has moved ahead of Al
30
Castillon,
seconds.
taking advantage of the yellow lane. Walter's going to yellow. That's always a good lane.
Look at us
Air marshals, racers.
3, 2, 1, go.
Tim Fleener, first to two laps, followed by Bob Ahulii, Marc Natividad, and Phil Nyland. So Tim Fleener showing that skill he does have. And coming out to the lead of this heat on the blue lane. So Tim Fleener's in 5th place overall, but he's really just a lap behind 2nd place and 2 laps behind the leader. So with a good run on blue, Tim could move himself up into one of the podium contenders. But it's a rough bunch to try to get a podium. You got Bob Ahulii, Phil Nyland, Marc Natividad, Al Castillon. These guys all have a lot of experience throughout their lives and on this track. So this is going to be a tough heat to win. Everyone's still on the lead lap. It looks like possibly. Oh, maybe Al Castillon has just been lapped by Tim Fleener. 6.568 is a fast lap of this heat by Marc Natividad. Tim Fleener with a 6.64 second. Oh, Bob Ahulii actually has a 6.51. I missed that earlier. So Bob Ahulii has the fastest lap of this. He's on black, taking advantage of the short black lane. That's what you need to do, actually. If Bob can do well here on black,
Attention,
he
1
can
minute
do a
left.
good job at cinching this. Because if he's on black, he's already done red and white.
3, 2, 1, hit it.
And he points laps ahead of 2nd place.
45.
And on the black lane, he's going to go to blue. Oh, he's got to do white, I guess. Yep, blue is what remains.
30 seconds.
Oh, I guess maybe. Actually, they're only in 3rd heat. So Bob Ahulii have to do blue, white, and red. So that's he's got to finish on red. So anyone can come get him potentially. It's going to set up the same way as the previous heat, where the lead finish on red and white, white and red. Actually, the proper order. So current leader Bob Ahulii. 78 laps. So Bob Ahulii's got a 3-lap lead on the field. That's a. Oh wait, I'm corrected there. I'm corrected there. There are 2 drivers who are within a lap and a half of Bob Ahulii. So it's the overall race is Bob Ahulii, Marc Natividad, and Al Castillon.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
Okay, next race. Todd, Ian, Herman, Cedric, Michael, and Ernie. Todd, Ian, Herman, Cedric, Michael, and Ernie. Those are in the next race. Again, trying to move it on quickly for you guys.
Right.
We appreciate you coming out. There's other things that you for Sunday you would like to do. Besides spend all day here.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Yeah, these last couple lanes. It's hard. I'm trying not to lose concentration. Something's in the middle. Thanks. That one? I'm a blue. So it's over there.
You all right, Al?
30 seconds.
All right, so just to recap, Bob Ahulii leads the overall, followed by Marc Natividad, Al Castillon, Tim Fleener, Walter Baynes, and Phil Nyland. So when Phil Nyland's in 6th place, you know it's a heat of strong drivers, that's for sure.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Tires ready, Mark. I can beat the hell out of them. They can go in yellow.
Oh, that's it. Marc Natividad down on yellow, and his crewman's Tim Lindell. Rich, you got the cleanest tires on the track. Mark, you got the cleanest tires on the track. Make time on yellow. And Bob Ahulii on blue. It's going to be a very important heat for him. He continues to lead by Bob Ahulii, your leader, followed by Marc Natividad, Al Castillon, Tim Fleener, Phil Nyland, and Walter Baynes. So Phil Nyland has passed Walter Baynes and moved into 5th place. So there you got some a real strong field of drivers. But most the fast laps set in the previous heat have held. The overall track record fast laps of Herrera are still holding up from the previous heat. Bob Ahulii leads, followed by Marc Natividad and Al Castillon, Phil Nyland, Tim Fleener.
Allison's fast time on red is 6.77. Tim Herrera, red, green, blue, and yellow fast time. Ahulii has a fast time on black. It doesn't matter because he's on blue.
But Bob Ahulii has the fastest time in this heat with a 6.49 on blue. Bob Ahulii, your leader, showing him the way around.
Attention.
And he now has 1 lap over Marc and Al. And
Track code.
White. Yep, good.
3, 2, 1, go. Track code.
actually, in a review, it would seem Al Castillon is in an excellent place because Al's on green, which means he goes to yellow and black, and he's nipping at the heels of the leader. The leader's got to go to white and red.
30 seconds.
Yeah, and Marc Natividad with 2 excellent lanes still to go himself. So the top 3 positions could easily switch around here. I'm guessing we'll see that
10 seconds.
in the final heat. Or the final 2 heats, excuse me. Final 2 heats.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
25, Tim 22.6, Al 26, Bob 26.8, Marc 26.7, Brad 25.
Al's in a pretty good spot because he gets to go to good lanes now. So I'm guessing he's going to take the lead. He ran strong early too. So that's my prediction. I was just sharing there with Dennis Samson. The way it's set up right now, I think Al Castillon has a really good chance to move into the lead in these last 2 heats. He's got the 2 excellent lanes. He's in a good position. He's 1.7 laps behind the leader, Bob Ahulii. He's another half a lap or so behind Marc Natividad. Marc also has 2 good lanes to run.
1 minute left.
So it's probably going to end up in a battle between Marc and Al. And Bob's going to be feeling the pain up there on white and red as they come and get him and run him down.
We asked him what color do you want to start on. He says, I'll be black. We asked Arnold Schwarzenegger, what do you
30 seconds.
Arnold, what are you going to be dressed up as for Halloween? He says, I'm going to be a composer. I'll be black. Here we go. Heat number 5.
All right.
15 seconds. Todd, Ian, Herman, Cedric, Michael, and Ernie for the last race. Meantime, this is this race. Ahulii got the fast car.
3, 2,
Here
1,
we
go.
go. Bob Ahulii must have been right there at the stripe because he led that first lap right off. First to second. First to 3 laps. But the fast lap is Phil Nyland. He breaks out with a 6.7 on green. Walter Baynes with a 6.8 on blue, and Al Castillon with a 6.7 on yellow. Let's keep an eye on Al because this is his chance to make a big move. So I got Al and Marc side by side. They're in second and third, and they're working to chase Bob Ahulii. That's their task right now. Second and third, they've got to catch Bob Ahulii. So we got 113 laps from Bob the leader, 112 from Marc Natividad, and 111 from Al Castillon. So there's less than 2 laps separating each of them, and it might be even as low as just barely 1. The lap counter doesn't show the tenths of a lap until the race stops. So right now we just see the whole full lap total. Bob Ahulii continues to lead. Bob's putting down some 6.8s on white. That's a good pace. That's what he needs to do. More than halfway through, Bob continues to lead the overall race. And he's in second, in fact, in this heat. Bob Ahulii's in second in the heat and leading the overall race. He's on white. He's doing very well. It's good positioning for him. He's got to hang on here on white.
Three, 2, 1, hit it.
45. Al now 6.58. Marc's at 6.53.
30 seconds.
Bob Ahulii stays in the lead, doing quite well to keep that position while he's on the white lane. Oh, Marc Natividad moves onto the same lap as Bob Ahulii. So it is now there. Marc Natividad on black is chasing down Bob Ahulii on white. Bob's going to be going to red. I'm guessing Marc may be able to get it done and move into the lead.
And 23, Bob 26.8, Nyland 26.8. Walt 25.6.
It's not it. You got another lap.
Al
No, one.
Marc 27. Going to the last heat. We've got Bob with 130.8, Marc 130.0. Al,
Just help them out, Dan, so they got to come all the way over.
125. Phil 125.
I can do 3
1
things at
minute.
one time.
30 seconds.
Yeah, it's 1 more to go.
So Bob Ahulii was able to maintain the lead on the white lane. That was really an excellent drive. That's what he needed to do. But he is only 0.8 between Marc Natividad, who's headed to blue, and Bob's got to do red. Al Castillon on black. So it looks like this is very likely to be Marc Natividad's race. He will probably come out to be the winner. But there's a reason why we run the heats. Anything could happen. So we'll see if Marc does tend to stay out of trouble, though. So hopefully it'll go well for him. Tim Fleener's up there on red. So he has no chance for any further moves. And overall standings are Bob Ahulii in the lead on white. Marc Natividad in second on black. Al Castillon in third on yellow. Walter Baynes on blue in fourth. Phil Nyland green in fifth. And Tim Fleener on red in sixth. This is the final heat. This will decide the podium for this heat race. And after this, there'll be just one heat race to go to decide the semis.
Those that race it, can watch the next one. As always, don't touch your cars after the heat.
3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. It's the start of the final heat in the next to last heat race. Bob Ahulii sweating down there on red, feeling the pressure. Bob lays down a 7.4 on red. Marc Natividad putting down some 6.6s on blue. He's less than a lap behind. Could be bad news for Bob Ahulii.
Al 679, Diamond 662, Mark 665, Tim 677, Walt 686, Bob 697 on red. And last big one is changing. Yeah, Bob Ahulii 138, Mark 138, Al Castillon going to 138, and then Walt on 125.
It's very close for the lead. And now Castillon is not far out of it. So we have Bob Ahulii in the lead. Oh, and Bob puts down a 6.7 on red. That's excellent. He needs to continue doing that. If he can do that, Marc Natividad's doing 6.6s. If Bob can do 6.7s, he can probably keep the lead. I do see a 7.1 up there. That could make the difference. So let's see if we can see where they really are on the track. Where's the blue lane driver? There goes blue. Oh, and here comes red. Oh, red has a pretty nice gap to blue. That looks like that'll probably hold for the distance of the heat. Remaining time is 1 minute.
1 minute left.
Bob Ahulii with just 1 minute. That's probably a good thing he can't hear me right now because I'm sure he's feeling some pressure. He's a sharp guy. He knows he's in the lead. Yeah, the race is on the track. Exactly. Bob Ahulii ahead of Marc Natividad. Jeez, and we got everyone on 22 laps. Oh, and there someone's off. No, it looks like Bob will hold on. 20 seconds to go.
20. Bob 153, Mark 153, Al 153.
Oh, and Mark comes off. So that settles it. Oh, no. Bob was off, but he gets a track call. Wow. Wow. With only 3/10 separating them. First, Mark comes off, and then Bob Ahulii, and Bob gets a track call. Wow. So that was it. Bob potentially being saved by the track call, which is a valid track call. It just had to do with where he came off the track. The marshals couldn't get to it. Saved him a little time. So the final results. Bob Ahulii with 156.26 laps. Oh, hang on. We're going to have to collect the final heat totals before we can see the lap totals.
Okay. Gary, what number is the white lane?
We got some panic cars in the heat. And man, they're good looking. Todd Ulery. I'm sure Carlos will come over here with the camera or something and give you a chance to see these cars. So Ian Douglas always has a good looking car. He's got the West livery. And Todd Ulery prepares his cars for him, and Todd busted it out with.
Where is Bob Ahulii? Bob, come on over here. Come on over.
Wait a minute, that's not right.
He's coming. He's talking to Marco, but Bob Ahuli's coming over here. Wow, what a race. Whew. Probably one of the best races I think I've done during the year. Had a few offs, but Bob Ahulii stayed ahead of me, so here he comes. Bob Ahulii, congratulations, man. That was so much fun. Woo, yeah, that was fun. So we were talking like, all right, just stay on, he said to me, just do your laps.
Everything for me, nerve-wracking. It was nerve-wracking, but you know what? It was fun, though.
Nervous, honestly, going into it, but I was like, you know what? I'm just going to run the laps.
So how's the weather and everything, right? So it was like something just to calm things down because you get so nervous, when you're in that position. But, you got, okay, lane 1's down, lane 2's down. You just hold it together,
Track conditions were good, but Bob, congratulations on behalf of Electric Dreams. You are the heat winner. Congratulations. My racing buddy.
Yeah,
all right, that was great.
See you in the semi.
All right.
Okay. Turn marshals. Bob Ahulii, now, Walt, Tim, Mark. Where's everybody at? Tim's right there. Phil's right there. Walt's right there. Al's right there. We need Mark. Phil Nyland, you're at spot 5. 5, yeah. Phil, you're here somewhere.
All gas, all the time, Mike.
Go Phil.
All right, here I am. Yes. America's Top Marshal.
This is kind of a lot of the guys have been waiting for. See those in this heat, but this is the top drivers as seeded by yesterday's qualifying. So yesterday everybody got on the track, chance to qualify. In a solo qualifying, they each had their own opportunity on the go as quick as they possibly could. And these were the 6 quickest drivers. And it's really pretty cool to see that Ernie Mossetti's right up there, which I guess makes sense. I mean, he's been a great racer for many, many years. But to see the owners. Okay.
20 seconds.
Okay. Because your watch is. Yep. No, I'm just saying. I mean, it didn't look
30
like.
seconds.
Oh. 12 noon. Okay. Yeah. 12:30. Yeah. Okay. Good. That's not how it usually goes. That's pretty good. So a whole half an hour. Yeah.
10 seconds.
Oh yeah, well the Keith's no schedule, no time. See, only once Keith's done, all you have to do is go off and fly. I mean, I guess some of the other guys.
I'm up.
Okay, here we go. So the drivers in this heat, in fact, are Todd Ulery, Ian Douglas, Herman James, Cedric Harris, Michael McClanahan, and Ernie Mossetti. Those are the 6 fastest drivers at Electric Dreams today. Or at least up to this point. We'll see what happens after the semis and after the main.
Top 6 qualifiers.
And these are all mostly some real serious Electric Dreams regulars. It's interesting, Mike McClanahan has been racing with Far Out SlotCar Club recently for a while, but the other Far Out guys, they only made it to the previous heat. Here we're not, you don't see too many Far Out drivers. Yeah, it's gonna. Yeah, this should be a really tight and exciting race. We'll see how it comes down to who starts where. So I guess as top qualifier. Yeah, I believe Ian was probably top qualifier. Gets to start on white.
Three, two, one, go.
And Ian Douglas lays down a 6.797 right out of the box. Everybody else did 7s. Ian says, I don't wait for that first lap. And then he puts down a 6.5, a 6.4. This is just like the pattern we saw before with Ian. He just, part of it is he doesn't wait for that first lap. Everybody else warm up for a half a lap. Ian walked into the room warmed up. 6.396 he has over Herman James with a 6.488. Cedric with a 6.43. So those fast lap times are starting to fall. There's another Herrera lap gone on green. Cedric Harris now sets the fastest lap for the blue lane. Cedric Harris. Herman James takes the green lane lap record with a 6.399. Ian Douglas with the white lane lap record, 6.37. Todd Ulery with the red lane lap record, 6.514. So we need Michael on yellow to better a 6.46. And Ernie Massett black to better a 6.516 to obliterate all of the previous fast laps.
Ian 637, Herman 639, Cedric 639, Todd 651 on red, Ernie 662, Matt 659 on yellow.
So Ian Douglas is your leader, followed by Herman James, Todd Ulery, McClanahan, and Ernie Massetti. Oh, Ernie passes Michael. Michael must have had an off. Mike McClanahan. So it's Ian, Herman, Todd, Cedric, Ernie, and Michael. Tim Herrera still holds fast lap on yellow.
30 seconds.
Bob Ahulii still holds it on black. But those times will fall by the time everyone transitions through all the lanes.
10 seconds. End of stint. Please change lanes.
Wow.
27, Ian 27.6, Herman 27.3, Cedric 26.4, Matt 25.7, and Ernie 26.
So we had 3 drivers who were able to do 27 laps or better. That was Ian Douglas on white with a 27.6, Herman James on green with a 27.3, and Todd Ulery on red with a 27. So again, Team West.
Attention,
with Ian
1
Douglas
minute
and
left.
Todd
30
Ulery
seconds.
setting themselves up. And now
When this race is over, we'll take a 45-minute lunch break, and then we will be...
Attention, 1 minute left.
so Marco just came around with the overall standings as they currently are. This is based on all the previous heats we've run, the previous 4 heats. Top 12 will qualify for the semis. But we still have this heat we're watching right now to run. But I just want to mention these guys because these guys made it into the top 12 in the previous 4 heats. So these are some of the best drivers in the country, and they're here. So currently leading is Bob Ahulii, followed by Marc Natividad, Al Castillon, Phil Nyland, Rick Reed, Walter Baynes, Dennis Samson, Gary Donahoe, Elias Moan, Tim Herrera in place overall, Chris Tsukamoto and Tim Fleener in 11th and 12th, sitting on the bubble. We can probably figure at least 4 of these drivers will make it into this main. So unfortunately for Elias, that'll push him off. Even Gary is in right on the bubble maybe. But Gary Donahoe has a chance to make it into the semifinals. Fast lap in this race is Herman James with a 6.46 down on yellow. Oh, and he betters it to a 6.30 on yellow. So that was the last Tim Herrera fast lap. Now falls. The Bob Ahulii. Ian Douglas on red is the first to 10, followed by Cedric, Todd Ulery, Herman James, Mike Mulhannon. Yeah, and Ian Douglas, it looks like is on a run of, maybe on a run of grabbing all of the fast laps. He's got them for both of the lanes he's run so far. 15 laps apiece for the top 4 drivers, who are Ian Douglas, Herman James, Todd Ulery,
Attention, 1 minute left.
1 minute remains in the heat. Just passing 20 laps for the leaders. The leader is Cedric Harris.
40 seconds.
Leader is Ian Douglas, followed by Todd and Herman, actually. So it's Ian, Todd, and Herman. Then Cedric.
30 seconds.
That's Ian Douglas.
15.
10 seconds.
Okay, Herman James is taking the lead of this heat and the lead of the overall. Followed by Todd Ulery and Ian Douglas. But that's partly due to the fact that Herman James is on yellow. So Todd and Ian up there on white and red, or oh, excuse me, Cedric and Ian.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
So 1 minute to the change.
Attention.
Let's review what's going on here. Herman James is your leader, followed by Todd Ulery, Ian Douglas, Cedric Harris, Ernie Mossetti, and Michael Clenahan.
45.
That's why it's so, you gotta keep it straight and red. Same thing in black. This side is inside. Or if you come out and go between the lines.
Fast lap times in the previous heat are worth looking at too. We got Herman James turned a 6:195. Fastest lap of the race so far. Fastest lap of the day so far. In fact, is Herman James on yellow. Yep. Others, though, still. A second fastest lap of the day was Ian Douglas. Or no, excuse me, that's Todd's lap time. Todd Ulery was 6.279. All right, they're off for heat number 3. So Ian has red and white behind him now, as does Todd. Todd leads the race, followed by Ian and Herman James.
3, 2, 1.
Herman James having an excellent run. He just wishes that Ian Douglas and Todd hadn't shown up today, because those two guys are going to be pretty hard to beat.
Herman 693, Todd 634, Mike Mack 687, Ian 650, Ernie 701, Cedric 704.
So it's really tight in the overall, that's for sure. Todd Ulery leads, but you have Herman James and Ian Douglas with the same lap total. They all have 63 laps and counting.
First driver 10.
Unfortunately, Ernie Mossetti is in 6th place. Just moved to the white lane, so he has white and red to go. So Ernie's not going to be in the top 4 in this one. It doesn't seem. Yeah, and there Herman James takes away the black lane fast lap. So now drivers from this final 5th heat own every fast lap. Every overall fast lap comes from a driver in this heat. Man, Todd is going. He's doing 6.2s to 6.4s steadily. We haven't seen anyone else do those kind of lap times steadily all day. 6.2, 6.3, Todd Ulery. Todd Ulery, another 6.3, 6.2s. Ian's on green, turning 6.4s. Ian and Todd leading this heat. Ian and Todd leading overall as well, in fact. With Todd in the lead, actually. It's Todd over Ian. Todd and Ian. Followed by Herman James. It's been those 3 all day in this heat.
With 81, Ian with 81, Herman with 80. 3 fastest, 5 seconds.
Yep, Todd has a lap on Herman James now, but it's very close.
Cedric 25.6, Ernie 25.5, Ian 28.4, Mac 26.3, Todd the first 29. Well, Todd, Herman 27, he blew right by 28.
So in the overall, it's Todd Ulery continues to lead, followed by Ian Douglas, Herman James, Cedric Harris, Michael McClenahan, and Ernie Mossetti.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
Herman James owns 2 of the overall fast laps on yellow and black. He's got a 6.195 on yellow, fastest lap of the entire day, set by Herman James on yellow. And in fact, Todd just finished yellow, and he was not able to better Herman's lap of a 6.195. But Todd owns one of the fast laps, the lap on green, a 6.279.
Attention, 1 minute.
Cedric owns the fastest lap on blue, 6.39. Cedric Harris owning that lap. And then Ian Douglas has the red and the white.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Michael McClanahan. Donahoe, yeah. Oh, yeah, that could be right. Donahoe, yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, they did.
3, 2, 1.
There were those
Power.
names. All right, here we go. We're halfway through and starting the fourth heat of this final heat race. And it should get pretty hot and excited right here pretty soon, because these are the fastest 5 drivers. So in a sense, it's fully seated. They're even. This is a lot what the final is going to look like, if they can all survive the semi and get there. So all drivers still on the lead lap, with Todd Ulery leading on black, followed by Ian on yellow, Herman on blue, Cedric on green, Michael white, and Ernie red. Oh, Todd just nailed the black fast lap for the day. So, yeah, I believe that was previously owned by Herman James, but now it's Todd Ulery with a 6.349 on black. Yeah, and Ian's put down a 619 on yellow. Ian leads the race. Ian leads the heat, at least. Ian leads the heat, followed by Todd, Herman James, and Cedric. So Ian, 6.35 on yellow.
2, 1, power. Attention, 1 minute left.
That's Todd and Ian duking it out right on the track. They're on adjacent lanes, black and yellow. Todd has a nice lead, though. Yeah, I know. I noticed that.
45 seconds.
White.
Good job, Mr. Mark.
So this is looking really pretty good for Todd here. If he can hold off Ian while he's on black, just stay calm. Hold off Ian while he's on black. Ian's on yellow. This is.
Happy wife, happy life, happy dad,
There we go. So Ian Douglas actually, Ian Douglas has cars prepped by Todd Ulery. So it's always kind of, last time at the Slotted Championship, it was a little tough to see Ian beat Todd, since Todd did all the work on his car, and Ian was so close, or Todd was so close. But this time, Todd may get the better of Ian, and that would be pretty big news, actually, I think. Oh, Ian does his own? Okay, I'm corrected here. Ian does his own car. I thought that Todd had prepped Ian's car, but Marco just came by. He heard my comment.
Attention,
He
1 minute
says that
left.
Ian does his
30
own car.
seconds.
So, certainly any apologies to Ian. He's definitely an excellent driver and has prepped some beautiful cars. They both race on a team they call West, And I believe Todd lives here in Southern California. I know Ian lives in Northern California. So
I only drink a little, but when I do,
this will be a battle.
Attention, 1 minute left.
I only drink a little, but when I do, I turn to another person, and that person drinks a lot.
Nobody's listening.
So Todd, 1.5 laps ahead of Ian, as with just 2 heats to go.
40.
2? Oh yeah, 5 or 6.
30 seconds.
Mandatory temperature screenings if you're going to a foreigner consulate. If you're hot-blooded, they'll check and see.
Like way over rib right now.
10 seconds.
I rub it on my shirt a little bit.
Here we go. 2 heats to go. Qualifying races, the qualifying heats. Qualifying for the semifinals.
2, 1, go.
And this is the race with the legendary Ernie Mossetti. And Ernie's first to 1. First to 2 is Ernie Mossetti. And now it's Ian and Ernie. Ian and Ernie racing it out. Todd's chasing them down.
Ian 639, Cedric 632, Bob 626 on blue, Ernie 671, Herman 672, Mike Matt 735 on red.
Ian on black taking a small lead over Todd. Ian's got a 6.382. Is not bested Todd's lap on black. So Todd Ulery still owns the fast lap time on black. Todd Ulery, in fact, owns 3 of the overall fast lap times. But Herman James has the fastest lap of the day on yellow. So Ian Douglas leading Cedric and Todd. Ernie's falling back a little bit. Ernie doing 6.7s on green. That was good heat for Ernie.
3, 2, 1, power.
But Todd with a 6.261 in this heat is your fastest lap time. Ian with a 6.361 on black, second quickest. Followed by Cedric and Herman James turning almost identical 6.66s.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Coming up on 20 laps is Ian Douglas, your leader for this heat. Todd Ulery still leads the overall by more than a lap.
45.
Ian and Todd, your 2 leaders, up for this heat. Todd leading the overall.
30 seconds.
And maybe stretching that lead right now too, it seems. But Ian is on black. Black requires a little bit of extra patience. It's a good lane to get fast lap times on, good lane to get a good lap total, but you've got to bide your time. You're on the outer
10
lane.
seconds.
10 seconds to go. And we'll be down to the final heat of the qualifying races.
Exchange lanes.
Michael 24.3, Herman 26.2, Ernie 24.5.
So that was the end of that heat. Todd Ulery.
Cedric 26.2.
Actually, Ian Douglas was your winner, followed by Todd Ulery. Herman James was in third. Cedric was fourth. And Ernie Musetti was 5th, Michael McClanahan 6th
Attention,
in this
30
heat.
seconds.
In the overall, it's Todd Ulery with 139.26 laps, followed by Ian Douglas with 137.45. And you have Herman James with 134.22. Cedric Harris with 129.27 in 4th place overall. Michael McClanahan in 5th place overall with 125.31 laps. And then Ernie Musetti in 6th place with an overall lap total 124.51 at this point in the race with 1 heat to go. Oh. And these are the 5 guys who say they raced with Ernie Musetti on this weekend. There's only 5 of them get to say that. Because Ernie not going to... Well, Ernie probably will qualify for the semis also, so others will have this chance.
30 seconds.
You talking about which finger drive was?
Three, 2, 1, go.
Oh, yeah. All right, so this is the final heat of the qualifying races. It's pretty exciting. Yeah, it's very close. Todd Ulery does lead over Ian Douglas. There's less than 2 laps between them. Todd for the overall. All 6 of these drivers are likely to qualify for the semifinals, though, because they're all getting very good lap totals. They've got all the fast lap times that have come out of this final heat. And Ian, again, out to the lead of the heat. Ian trying to chase down Todd for the overall win in this heat. But Todd is on white and being steady. Oh, in fact, Todd has a 6.392 on white. That's excellent white lap time. 6.392 on white for Todd Ulery. 6.276 fast lap for Ian on blue. Todd is smoking white right now and staying in where he needs to be. Ian has the lead of the heat, but not by much over Todd. They're both on the same lap. Ian must be somewhere coming up to pass Todd, hot on his tail. If Ian can pass Todd, he'll still have to go all the way around the track again. So let's see if Ian can pass Todd. He's got a solid 2nd place. In 3rd, we have Herman James with a great run all day long and fastest lap overall for the day, held by Herman James on yellow with a 6.195. Herman in 3rd place.
1 minute left.
Finishing up on red, staying steady in 3rd place. Actually, Cedric would be his challenger. Cedric's on black in 4th place. Herman and Cedric both on the same lap. Herman has a small lead over Cedric. Uh-oh, there's been a few offs.
Here we go. 3, 2,
In fact, it would
1,
appear that
go.
Todd was one of the cars involved. Todd spending a little bit of time out of the slot.
$30 seconds.
And Ian's on the lead lap now, but he's got to drive all the way around to catch Todd. And there is just 10 seconds remaining.
10 seconds.
Ian Douglas set to win this heat, but it will only result in a 2nd overall. So nice race by everyone. Great, exciting heat. Good race all day. All right, we're going to take a break here for some lunch and some other things. I'm going to put down the microphone, leave you, the viewers, to have a little lunch too. I think it's a 45-minute break, but I may be back before then. We'll probably be back before then with some broadcast commentary. But until then, watch us mill around the shop, watch the cameras change position, go take a little break for whatever it is that you like, and come join us for the semifinals coming up. Yeah, nice job, Todd.
All right, that was the end of the race, Todd. Great race. Your car was phenomenal. I love the paint job, by the way. And it's the GT1 Porsche, which, you know, what was your consensus behind the car choice?
I thought the Porsche and the McLaren were pretty close. The Jaguar was not far off. It's just a little higher center of gravity. At the end of the day, I had more time into the Porsche, and it just felt more. It was just more confidence-inspiring, smoother on the track.
Well, you did a great job in behalf of Electric Dreams. Congratulations. All right, let's see you take home the victory. There you go. All right, great job, Todd.
So 115.
Nice job.
45 minutes. And you know what? We'll start.
residue on there.
Good job.
center two. Okay.
So I'm in semi one.
Yeah, racing with Herman again? Shit.
I'm gonna hammer with these guys over here.
You're playing follow the leader, bro. Next time you lead.
Done?
change anything. Off and alone.
Which heat is here? Which heat is which? On the left? Left and right.
Oh no, Ian's in my race. Oh my god. Where'd you finish? Second?
Quintana? Is it Quintana? Quintana?
Dennis Samson.
For a moment. Look at right back.
so I got it. Yeah.
Okay.
I made some labels. I was gonna put like my name right there in yellow.
I like his sign.
Yeah.
I don't think it's sign mine.
Yeah, just sign it. You can sign wherever. Yeah.
I have the perfect spot right there.
Just have me. You can sign it wherever you want. Did you do it? Did you get your sign?
This thing on? Hello?
Okay, racers, let's go. I have Marc on red, Ian on white, Phil on green, Bob on blue, Gary on yellow, and Walter on black. Marshalling, I have Todd on number 6, Dennis on number 3, Cedric number 1, Rick number 5, Herman number 2, and Al number 4. Herman number 2.
4's in straight away. Good luck. I hope this is it. I need some 2 10s. Black. Keep going. There it is, right there. I don't know. Somebody took the call. They aren't in order.
Missing a card here.
Mark's car is there. Mark's car's there. My car's there. Who are we missing? What lane?
Oh, Ahulii.
Blue. Ahulii. Always Ahulii. Give him a lap penalty. That'll teach him. No, no. His is the green Harrod's car. Like that.
Ah, there's his.
Yeah, he's,
Can we get lane stickers yet or no?
Marc's on red, Ian's on white, Phil's on green, Ross on blue, Gary's on yellow, Walt's on black. Air Marshal, Al, you're number 4, Todd number 6, Samson number 3, Cedric number 1, Rick's Semi number 1.
They were placed in this 5 seated qualifying races today. Out of the 5 races, 30 drivers. We end up with just 12. So here we are. We're back. Electric Dreams Raceway in El Segundo. And the guys are off on their warm-up for the first of 2 semifinal races. So yesterday, each of the drivers had a chance to qualify in a solo qualifying. And they were seeded into 5 races of 6 drivers. Those 5 races were run earlier today, up till noon. And from that, the drivers with the 12 highest lap totals have qualified for these 2 semifinal races. We'll have 2 semifinals, each with 6 drivers. There's 6 lanes on the track. Each driver will get to drive each lane to complete the race. There's two semifinals, and the top 6 drivers from those 2 semifinals with the highest lap totals, they'll go on to be in the final race and decide the MR Slot Car Racing Champion for 2023. If you haven't been to Electric Dreams, I really recommend you come by sometime. There's probably 300 or 400, oh, maybe even more than that, slot cars on display here. Every one of them different. Some are available for sale, some are quite rare, and you might be able to purchase them, but they're not the common stock. But it's all worth seeing. We've even got Herbie's Lug Bug over in the corner, and there's some other race cars hidden in the back. It's quite a place.
He has a constant stream on his phone of all these dad jokes. They stream straight in here and straight out of there.
Here we go. Semis, number 1. LGR, which means let's go race.
Yeah. Let's get ready.
Well done.
All right.
Hold it. So, just see on green lane, right at the joint, ahead, just at the head of the joint, on the braid, on the right-hand braid. It looks like it's up, but it's been up there. There's a roll. Yeah, it's up. No, it's not sure. It needs to be glued.
All right, we're doing a little track adjustment here. Some places where the needs a little bit of attention.
There's no glue on it. Talking about it. Green exit right there. There's a lot of green. Yeah, it's a good black. Oh, please do. It's not good. How about them to straightaways? Is that okay?
All right, now they've
Okay.
decided to adjust a little more of the braid. There's some places where the braid needs to be flattened down.
Yes, but that's okay.
After the previous 6 races this morning.
Forget him, he's too young. It's your fault.
It's been like that. You can see how it wears. On this side of it. Yeah, it's got a lot of wear on the high side. This is really bad.
Okay, let's rebraid it. Yeah.
Not yet.
See you guys next week. Got it. Let's go.
All right, I'm not
No, it's those guys yesterday. that
sure
raced.
how they were seated for this race.
They shouldn't have been on here. They pull up the braid. Right, because it's magnetic.
No, this is magnetic.
Yeah, it looks like this is
Yeah, really.
every other driver from the top 12. So the top 12 drivers are split into 2 groups, 6 apiece, each relatively even.
Steel core, copper plated, and then tin. What's his name? It's Jim Honeycutt. Easy for you to say.
No Magna braid? Oh, it is Magna braid. Okay. A little light. Yeah. Same thing I have on my track, actually. Same.
I'm going. What are you guys doing while we're all eating lunch?
Oh! Good for you, Todd.
They want to fix the cars.
Okay.
This is the one that's
I did my share before we did we're prepping it just for you, Nyland.
the green.
We're prepping the green track just for you.
Thank you.
Nice.
Yeah, we don't want any excuses.
Could you put some glue on it?
Oh, there's already glue on green, don't worry. It's been there a couple weeks.
Chewed up on that side.
Okay.
Okay. Everybody's satisfied with the condition of their lane now. There can be no complaints or arguing when it's over.
Computer works.
3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. This is the start of the first of the two semifinals. Ian Douglas takes the lead, kind of shows what he's going to do throughout the day. It's on the white lane. Isn't the most superior lane, but it's a pretty good lane. But Ian stepped out to a pretty large lead already. We've got the other 5 cars kind of clustered together. They're more relatively even, but Ian knocking down at 6.44, 6.39 in fact, just came out of Ian on white. Everyone else at a 6.5 is your next best lap. Walt.
Ian 6.39, Marc 6.90.
And everyone's still on the lead lap with Ian Douglas leading the race.
Ian.
So Ian's turn a 6.391. Phil Nyland a 6.61. Bob Ahulii 6.53. Gary Donahoe 6.71. Walter Baynes 6.51. Marc Natividad 6.87. Ian leads over Bob Ahulii and Phil Nyland. Yeah. Yeah, Ian must be hot on Bob Ahuli's tail right now to lap him. He's just coming around. So, Ian Douglas lapping up into second place.
45 seconds. Ian,
30 seconds.
So Ian Douglas leads. Bob Ahuli's in second. Phil Nyland in third. Walter Baynes in fourth. Marc Natividad is fifth.
10 seconds.
And Gary Donahoe in sixth.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
And that was the end. That's the final result for the first heat.
Gary 24, Walt 25.
Ian Douglas with 27.85 laps, more than a lap over the entire field. Bob Ahulii was second with 26.33, so that's 1.5 laps behind Ian Douglas with only one heat in. Bob was on blue.
1 minute
It's a
left.
good lane. Ian
30
was on
seconds.
white. In third is Phil Nyland, who was on green. Fourth, Walter Baynes on black. Good run for Walter, making up for a little bit of struggles early. Marc Natividad in fifth. Marc was on red, so he was a little handicapped with red. He'll probably be making a big comeback. He ran really well in his heat. And Gary Donahoe in sixth. Gary led
Attention, 1 minute
5
left.
of the 6 heats in his race and fell to third in the final heat. So, you know, Gary's got what it takes 2 to run up front.
Yeah, I have to start.
But Ian Douglas sets a new fast lap for White. So apparently a little lunch break. His car liked the lunch break and has come back faster than before.
30 seconds.
The overall fast lap of the day set by Herman James with a 6.195. We'll see if that can hold up through these semifinals.
Three, two, one, go.
All right, Ian takes the lead. First to 3, first to 4 is Ian Douglas, followed by Walter, Bob Ahulii, and Gary Donahoe. But Ian capitalizing on his earlier total, and he must have been fairly near the lap counter when the race started. So he took off to an early lead. He's probably a quarter to half a lap ahead of the field already. And he's got a lap on him in the overall.
681, Baynes 643, Marc 664, Bob 673, Ian 647. Way up there on red.
Yeah, and Ian sets a new overall fast lap time. Lane at a 6.474. That's the quickest anyone's gone on red today. So currently he owns the white and red lap records. And his nemesis, Todd Ulery, is not in this race. He'll be in the next semifinal.
Ian 42,
Bob Ahulii.
40, Bob Ahulii 40, Walt 40, Marc 40, Gary taking over.
I'm guessing Bob Ahulii will be Ian's biggest challenge in this semifinal. Ian's in the lead, Bob's in second, and Bob's on white. White isn't the most ideal lane, although people do very well on it here.
1 minute left.
So that's good for them. They have all the good lanes left to go. Certainly Ian does. He's gotten his white and red out of the way right now. He finished up red, and Ian just came off, though. That doesn't happen very often. You could see his disappointment. And with that, Walter and Marc Natividad move even closer to Ian. Walter's on the same lap as Ian now.
30 seconds.
But Ian still continues to lead.
674, Nyland 657, Walt 642, Marc 656, Bob 665, and Ian just goes faster 645.
And Walt has the fastest lap of this race with a 6.439. Ian next quickest with a 6.459. Phil Nyland has 7.2, and Marc Natividad is 6.567.
Ian 27.8 on red, Bob 25.7, Marc 26.7, Walt 27, Phil 25.5, Gary 25.6.
It looks like he got more laps on red than he got on white. That's pretty impressive. And he came off even on red too. But averaging more than 27 laps per lane on a track where a lot of guys get 25. A lot of guys consider 25 laps a good total at this track. And yet Ian and Walter both have 27 laps.
Definitely the controller.
Walter Baynes last lap of the heat with a 6.439. He did that on blue and put himself into second place with those steady lap times. Move Bob Ahulii back to third. Marc Natividad in fourth.
Five.
Seconds.
Bob, Mark, and Phil all have 51 laps. Fourth, Gary 49.
10 seconds to go. And we'll start the third heat.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Ian Douglas, first to 3 laps. Ian's relentless. He continues to lead the race, continues to show him the way around. He's got a 6.53 lap time. There's a 6.425. The next closest lap is a 6.70. So Ian 3/10 quicker than the second quickest car.
Nyland 674, Mark 670,
This is
Gary
Gary.
670, Ian 642, Walt 688, Bob 706.
Marc Natividad and Gary Donahoe both turning 6.7s. And then there, Mark knocks his lap time down to a 6.50.
Yellow.
Marc Natividad solidifying his second position with some really good lap times. Gary Donahoe's right beside him right now and also turning very similar fast lap times, but Gary must have had a little trouble early on because he's only 6th in the overall. In the overall, it's Ian Douglas leading, followed by Marc Natividad, Walter Baynes, Phil Nyland, Bob Ahulii, and Gary Donahoe.
Attention.
1 minute remains in this heat.
1 minute left.
Ian 74, Walt 70, Mark 70, Bill 69.
Track. Track.
Track.
There's a park in the, yeah. Mirror. Okay.
3, 2, 1, power.
A broken mirror. It ended up in one of the slots, and so there was a track call. But it was quickly cleared, and they're back to racing. Ian Douglas with 23 laps, with the next closest only having 22 laps, and that's just in this heat. Ian has a 4-lap lead on the field overall.
Ten seconds.
4, 3, 2, 1. That's the end of this heat.
Please change lanes.
Bob 25 and a half, Walt 25 and a half, Ian 28, Gary 26, Mark 25 and a half, Phil Nyland 25 and a half.
This time.
Ian with 82, Walt with 77, Nyland 76, Mark 76, Bob Ahulii 76, and Gary 75.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
1 minute till the beginning of the fourth heat. At this point in the race, we have Ian Douglas, 82.3 laps. He's got a large lead on the field. Walter Baynes is close, is in second with 77.54 laps, nearly 5 laps behind Ian. But that's second place, so that's quite good. Walter Baynes hanging in there. Phil Nyland in third place, so he's making kind of a comeback after his previous run where he didn't, just barely squeaked in. Now he's in third overall, though. Marc Natividad in fourth overall. Bob Ahulii, Gary Donahoe sixth.
Seconds.
20.
Is it apparent?
Heat number 4.
15 seconds till the start of the heat. And this is it. Ian's on yellow. Let's see if he can knock down this Herman James lap time.
3,
fastest
2,
time of the day.
1, go.
It's pretty far out of reach. It will be difficult for Ian to do that. So far, the fast lap Ian's done is a 6.292. And he needs a 6.195 to move ahead of Herman. The yellow lane seems to be the preferred lane for everyone. That's where you're going to get the most laps. But Ian's already got such a solid lead. He's kind of stinking up the show a little bit here. He's got 6 laps, or 5 laps, I guess it is, almost 6. Walter second.
Mark 672.
He's turned a 6.347 lap time.
Bob 659. Gary 688. Walt 685.
It looks like Herman's record is safe. Yeah, Ian doesn't really have a big reason to push hard right here. So he's just doing that good journeyman thing and bring her on home at this point. 3 heats to go, no mistakes. He'll easily win this semifinal race. It's a pretty good race going on for second place. In fact,
650, Ian 634. Phil 661. Bob 657. Gary 684. Walt 685.
all 5 places behind Ian are separated by just 2 laps. So it's very close throughout the remainder of the field, and with 2 laps to go, anybody's got a chance of getting on the podium. A podium finish here gives you a very good shot at getting into the final. It won't be the top 3 drivers from both races necessarily. It'll be the 6 drivers with the highest overall lap totals from the 2 semifinals. But because of the way they've been split, the seating, there's good reason to believe that 2 or 3 drivers will come from each of the races.
$30 seconds.
30 seconds to go. The existing lap record set by Herman James still holding up. It looks like that is safe.
10 seconds.
Yeah, and actually I had said that
End of stint. Please change lanes.
I had said that Ian can take it somewhat easy, but it is really based on the overall lap totals.
Nyland 27, Ian 28.2, Mark 27.2. Number 5, Ian with 110, Mark 103, Phil 103, Walt 102, Bob 102, Gary 100.
So even though Ian has a large lead,
Attention, 1 minute left.
he really
30
needs to
seconds.
remember not to just cruise, and if he can win, then he can get lane choice for the final for the final. Right. Yeah. So Vic was just going over the fact that we could have
1 minute left.
any mix of any of the 12 drivers from these two semis could end up in the final. It seems a little doubtful that all 6 will come from one of the 2 heats because the way that Ian has stepped ahead. Right, there'll be, and there's a number of good drivers. Yeah, they were split evenly apparently. So instead of divided them up, so that makes for some really great racing in these final
30 seconds.
in these 2 semis, and means there isn't a lot of guarantee of which the top 6 drivers will be. And we've seen some pretty good comebacks too, with Phil Nyland making a great move in this race to put himself in 3rd with a nice total of 103 so far.
There we go. Heat number 5.
3, 2, 1, go.
So this is it. The next to last heat for this semifinal race. First to 2 is Walter Baynes, followed by Bob Ahulii, Ian and Gary. Bob Ahulii turned a 6.615. Oh, 6.454 for Bob Ahulii, fast lap of the race. Followed by Ian with a 6.461 on black. So Bob in 5th place taking advantage of the yellow lane. Got 4 drivers on 108 laps.
Ian 646, Bob Ahulii 642, Marc 663, Walt 663, Nyland 692, Gary
So
709.
with Ian 7 laps ahead of the next closest driver, he has the win clinched, but for 2nd place is wide open. You've got 5 drivers with 112 laps, or four of the 6 drivers have 112 laps, and they'll be fighting to fill out the podium. Fast lap of the race, Ian Douglas down on black doing a 6.298. That's very close to Ian's fastest lap of the day. And that's doing really well. A lot of guys can struggle on black, so that's pretty impressive. In fact, he may be, he's leading the heat as well. So he's leading the heat and leading the race and doing it from black. So 1 minute to go.
Ian 629,
1 minute left.
Ian 629, Bob 642, Marc 650, Walt 657, Phil 670, Gary 701. Gary's a man of red names a long way to get around. Gary now loaded 700. 696 for Gary.
Yeah, 696. So all the drivers are in 6-second lap times now. Lap time
30
for
seconds.
your leader, Ian Douglas, 6.298. 2nd place, Marc Natividad, 6.508. 3rd place, Bob Ahulii, turned to 6.427. Walter Baynes in 5th place. Oh, Walter just moved up to 4th over Bob Ahulii. Walter's turned to 6.575.
10 seconds.
And Gary Donahoe turned to 6.965 down on red.
5.
That's
End of
it.
stint.
That
Please
wraps
change
it
lanes.
for this heat.
24.8, Nyland 25.6, Walt 26.5, Marc 26.5, Bob Ahulii 26.3, Ian 27.7.
So with just 1 heat left in this race.
137, Marc 129, Phil 128, Walt 128, Bob Ahulii 128, and Gary 128.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
The race is for 2nd.
Yeah, Ian is your clear leader with 9 laps on the field, but for second place, we've got 3 drivers with 128, 1 with 129. So Marc Natividad going to white is the leader of the second place group. But that's hardly assured since there's 4 of them within a lap. And Mark's going to white, which is not necessarily the best lane.
45.
It looks like it's Walter with the best chance of taking second place, actually moving to yellow. Walter's currently in 4th, 128.5 laps.
30 seconds.
A lap and a 10th behind Marc Natividad, who's going to white. And Bob's position looks pretty good too. He's going to black. If he keeps it on, he should have a great heat.
Between Mark, Phil, and Walt, and Bob. Green, blue, and yellow are fighting for second. But it's not necessarily second. It's whoever has the most laps.
3, 2, 1, go.
And Ian takes the lead right out of the box. Gives them no mercy, no sympathy. He's just going to keep motoring away. But he really needs to build a big lap total because he is competing against the 6 drivers that come up in the next semifinal. He can't just say, oh, I've got this race won by 9 laps, I'm going to cruise. Yeah, that's right. He'll get the best lane choice. He obviously had lane choice in this. I'm pretty certain he started on white, and it paid off well for him. He can have the highest lap total going into the final. He'll get lane choice again. But it's a little harder when the other guys are 10 behind you. You don't have quite as much fire under you.
650, Walt 660, Ian 635, Gary 676, Mark 668, Phil 712.
Ian's well out in front of this one too. More than half a lap ahead of the next closest competitor. And that's Walter Baynes. Walter Baynes is in second in this heat, and Gary Donahoe in third. Or excuse me, Gary Donahoe is in third. One minute left.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Oh.
21 laps for Ian, 20 for the rest. Phil Nyland up there on red, which is 19 laps, working on his 20th lap right now. So Ian Douglas showing him the way around with a 10-lap lead on the field. Marc Natividad, yeah, we've got a close race for second. With just 20 seconds to go, we'll see what happens here. It looks like Marc Natividad may be able to hang on to that second place over Walter
10 seconds.
and Bob Ahulii. Yeah.
Track code.
Let's see, are they Mark? So currently Marc Natividad is just 0.3 of a lap ahead of Walter Baynes when we stop for this brief break. Yeah, only 4 seconds to go. So it'd be hard to see any changes in the results here unless someone comes off unexpectedly.
End of race.
So that's it. That is the final. final results for the semifinal heat. Ian with 165 laps, 165.3 laps. Second place, Marc Natividad with 155.4 laps. So Ian wins by nearly 10 laps. That's not looking, yeah, that's probably a little hard for these guys in the next heat to watch, though. We've got 6 guys, and they just saw Ian beat the other 5 by 10 laps.
4-0.
Best race all year.
Are on yellow.
17.
Are on black.
5-0.
Lost a mirror in the last one. I E 6,000, so I'm putting it back in.
Very good.
His car on black.
Oh. You can go.
5-0.
Yes.
Okay.
.83, you know, that number. So I'm going to get back and find it again. Yeah. A single 100. All right, Phil, you got your 100th of a lap.
Missing a car. Bob Ahulii, where's your car? It's here, Bob. Where's your car?
Hey, turn marshals.
Hey, Ian Douglas, it's a pleasure and a privilege to drive with you. Great driving, great pace. Saw you coming, but just let you go because I know you're on a tear. How is your car performing today?
It's going well today. It's not quite as comfortable as I'd like. I'm kind of fighting the settings a little bit, but you know, I can't complain. I probably could have driven a little better. I'm trying to put the pressure on this Todd guy. He's pretty decent. So I'm happy, but I would really like to be at the top step going into the main. So we'll see what happens.
Well, you will be. I'm going to shoot for you, but congratulations. And it's a pleasure, privilege, and an honor to be second place to Ian. Thank you. All right. Great racing, Ian.
Yeah, good race by both of you guys. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That is so good.
A couple of my choices, I was like,
Mark, number 1, Ian, number 6, Nyland, number 4.
That's a Jag?
Bob, number 5.
Oh,
Gary, number
okay.
2.
I like
Walter,
it.
number 3.
Nice.
that's the car that I like. So.
Stick with what you like, and
Yeah.
well, you know, at least you finished second with it.
Yes.
Going into the final,
Absolutely,
going, you're
exciting.
I'd say you're pretty certain to be in the final.
Gary, Walt, 3.
So.
Great announcing.
Oh, thanks. I'm a little foggy today. Actually, I've been in New Orleans, and I'm just getting it back. So, it's been a long week of late nights. So, yeah. Glad. I wish I was.
Your legs took a drop. Oh, I thought we just practiced. Get it now, right?
Okay. Phil's where he should be. Mark's at number 1, Ian number 6, Bob number 5, Gary's right here at 2, and Mr. Baynes Get this party started.
Don't let that stop you from, you getting a warm up? Yeah. Oh, this isn't fair. We got the two best guys where I come off, and now we're over there. You gotta take longer like the guys did in our race, right?
Seconds. 10 seconds.
Hey guys, line them up.
I'm good. You're good? Yeah. I've seen him before.
You didn't get it sideways.
Good luck. Keep it cool.
Here we go.
All right. This is the first heat of the second semifinal. There's heats in the semifinal races. We ran through the first 6 heats, and Ian Douglas and Marc Natividad ended up on top. Now we've got 6 more heats to go. And the drivers in this semifinal are Castillon, Todd Ulery, Dennis Samson, Cedric Harris, and Herman James.
Ready?
Very good.
Here we go. Heat number 1.
3, 2, 1, power.
And they're off for the start of the second semifinal. And it looks like Todd's gorgeous car is out front. I have to compliment Todd on his paint job. He custom painted his car and it looks really good. It is green. I'm not too favorable for green race cars in America, but it does look really good. So Todd is your leader on white. He's turned to 6.497 on white. Ian's record lap time on white is a 6.292. Let's see how close Todd can get to that.
Herman 642, Rick 669, Cedric 662, Samson 708, Todd 644, Al 690.
It's interesting to see that Ian only set record lap times on the white and red lanes. It suggests that once he got done with his first 2 lanes, he might have been cruising a little bit. Because after his first 2 heats, he had a 5-lap lead. So he could afford to cruise. But it might cost him lane choice later.
Todd 644 on the white. That's called full service electric dreams. The weather's so nice. Ernie was thinking about moving down here.
This race is pretty close. Herman James is your leader, followed by Todd Ulery and Cedric Harris. We've got 4 of the 6 drivers all on the lead lap. Herman James, your leader, fast lap time 6.382. Oh, Herman falls to second. Todd Ulery takes the lead on white. Todd with a 6.407, your leader on white.
And don't forget, Ernie, this is winter. This is winter. Winter attire. Shorts, flip-flops, tank tops.
It will get nicer from here.
Only if you got a body like Mark, you can wear a Speedo.
I wouldn't recommend it though.
I would recommend it though.
Track call. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, hit it. 30 seconds.
So Todd stays out in the lead, but just by a very small amount. It's Herman James on black in second. And Herman does still hold the fastest lap of the day.
10 seconds. End of stint. Please change
Okay,
lanes.
and that was that one.
Move on. Al 24.6. Todd 27.5. Samson 25. Cedric 26.4. Rick 26.2. Herman 27.4.
So Todd and Herman turned almost identical lap totals, 27.5 laps apiece approximately. 27.55 for Todd, 27.49 for Herman. That's first and second. Third had 26.4 laps. So Todd and Herman a lap ahead of the rest of the field. With one heat in. 5 to go.
Mark, you're asleep at the switch.
We got Todd going to red.
Or is it sleep at the wheel? What's the group? Sleep at the wheel?
I think there's, they say both.
1 minute left.
Yeah, but that car was thirsty. It needs its refill. The car's more important.
45.
So we got a good race for the lead shaping up here right now, or it's in
30 seconds.
0.49 laps for Herman, and then Todd 7.55 laps, just 600ths of a lap ahead. So it must be sideways. Yeah. Right. Yep. Yeah, I think. Right. We can see who the winner will probably be. Out second. Herman actually has fastest lap for the day.
3, 2, 1, go.
So now Todd moves up to red. He'll get this out of the way early. And that'll put a little bit of pressure on all the rest.
Plus one, are you going behind? Sorry, there were still other lanes on there. Sorry,
3, 2, 1, power. Track call. Rider detected.
It was too close. Because he went through on another lane. So he was
Yeah, they caused a breakout on blue.
just hit the space bar or the other bar. Just hit the space bar.
Yeah, just
3, 2, 1, go.
No, what happened was too close together. Because he Cedric went through on blue. Yeah, it was too fast to break up. It's in the computer.
It all looks good, yeah. Herman's still in the lead. He was the one who broke out, so he didn't lose a lot. So it's Herman James in lead, followed by Todd Ulery. So Herman James leads this heat and leads the race overall.
Herman, followed by Todd. And Al and Rick go to the diamond and the rest.
Oh, that's.
Rick 672, Samson 665, Herman 657, Al 669, Cedric 688, Bob 652 on one.
Minute and a half to go. The leader is Herman James, followed by Todd Ulery, Rick Reed, Cedric Harris, Dennis Samson, and Al Castillon. Herman James has nearly a lap
Attention,
on
1
Todd,
minute left.
and the two of them have 2 laps over everybody else in the field.
Herman 659. Al
Currently, it's just a race between Todd and Herman.
631. Todd 653.
The others are a bit spread out. So
30 seconds.
Herman James continues to lead on blue, followed by Todd on red.
Ten seconds.
Your leader, Herman James, on blue with a 6:55 lap time.
Please change lanes.
27.5. Cedric 25. Al
Picked up the
26.22.
rider.
Herman 28. Samson 25.8.
That's-
Rick 26.5.
They're good. Thank you.
I'll just doctor it for you, okay?
Yeah. Oh, I see. I can find the previous.
They're good.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
What do you want? You want full clean?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
You're doing too good. Drop down a little bit.
What are you missing? Oh, you're looking for a wet spot.
Yeah.
I'll make it up.
Now you can go.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Way to go, Rick.
Rick is really trying to work out.
I was pushing it too much on red. That's why I was.
I noticed. I caught myself doing that. Slow down. I just want to do 25 laps on exit 25. How is that working, Tom?
Good.
30 seconds.
Yeah, it's helping.
His car was like took that good. That's the trick for Motown.
No, Motown is.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we should be.
It helps though.
We're using 20. Yeah, because we're about a half lap apart. Does the time know the lap is fine? Because we started out with a minute.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, it's heat 3 out of 6 in the second semifinal. Todd Ulery is the leader of this heat, and he leads overall with 60 laps. Herman James is in second. 60 laps. But Herman is not in second in this heat. Second place in this heat is Rick Reed. So it's Todd Ulery, Dennis Samson, Rick Reed. Those are your top 3.
Todd 620 on green. Todd Samson 680. Al 675. Rick 684. Herman 679. Cedric 704 on red.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Samson, 666.
In 1 minute in this heat. Todd Ulery's the leader of the heat.
Track call.
For what?
Here we go.
I'm not
3,
even touching the
2,
controller and
1.
it's posting right
Hit it.
there.
Come on, that's a control problem. You want me to pull the car? Get rid of the controller. Come on.
30 seconds.
Oh, this could be a big deal. Todd's run into a problem with his controller. He was asking for a track call, but it wasn't allowed because it is a controller problem.
What the fuck? No, this is the lane.
Falling from the lead.
10 seconds. End of stint. Please change lanes.
Why do we not stop them?
Okay, the way that ended up. Rick Reed won that heat. Followed by Al Castillon and Dennis Samson. So Rick Reed with 26.2 laps, Al Castillon 25.5, Dennis Samson 25.4. Cedric 24.7.
Attention.
Herman
1
James
minute left.
4.5.
30 seconds.
But we'll see how all this pans out. Todd lost a couple of laps there because he was having trouble with his controller. The race ended. I'm not really sure if he knows what went wrong, whether it's his controller or car. It's doubtful it's the track, but right. Yeah, right. And then we might have.
Attention. 1 minute left.
But if it's bad now, then we got a problem. We may have to rerun that route. That's fair.
30 seconds.
Right. Okay.
Maybe like a Q-tip at some point.
Yeah. I don't think there would have been enough time for a kid to fit in 2 laps. He would have broke out again or something.
Don't worry, you're okay.
Here we go. Controller shift up right. Heat number 4.
He would have had a real long. I don't know. That's
Just relax.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, first one was Cedric. Green. Cedric leads this heat, and that's on the lane that was previously giving Todd a problem, so that lane seems good. 6.951 for Cedric, your race leader. Here comes Todd, though. Todd takes the lead of the race. He runs a 6.432. Todd, 0.2 faster than anybody else on the track. We got 6 6s and 6 7s through most of the field, with Todd doing a 6.4. Yeah, Herman James with a 6.760 up there on red. Todd leads this heat, followed by Herman and Al. Todd's on yellow. This is the get it done lane. He needs to pull a couple lap lead here probably to really ensure his finish, especially since he had that struggle there. He's 2 laps behind the leader now in the overall. It's just Herman James up on red. Herman's still got 1 good lane to run with 4 lanes left. In fact, he's got 2, I guess, because we got 3 laps, 3 heats to go after this. And whoever's headed up to white and red at the end of the race, it makes a difference. The other guys tend to catch him.
Attention.
This is a close heat, though. Todd out in the lead. Everybody else is on the same lap, though. Todd's a lap ahead. All the rest of them are on the same lap. He's in the lead. He's going to pass 100 laps right now. There's 100 laps for Herman James with 98 for the next closest competitors, which were Rick and Todd.
30 seconds.
667 on blue for Dennis Samson. 667 on green for Cedric. Fast lap to race for Todd with 6.40.
Herman 103, Todd 101, Rick 101, Al 100.
10 seconds.
100, Cedric 99.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
That was it. Do you want to change the minimum lap time to 5.9?
Cedric 25.5, Samson 26.3, Todd stuck out 28 on yellow, Al 26.5.
That just prevents it from happening again. You put it as close to the minimum as possible.
I brought you a Q-chip, okay? It's on your control box.
Attention. 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
Two heats to go in this final of semifinals, the last of the two semifinals. 2 heats to go. The leaders, Herman James, followed by Todd Ulery, Rick Reed, Al Castillon, Dennis Samson, and Cedric Harris in 6. Herman James has a small lead. He's got 105.5 laps over Todd Ulery with 104.0 laps. So Todd needs to make up a lap and a half on Herman. And he's got 2 heats to do it. Todd's going to run the yellow lane and then the black lane. Herman will run red, green. So Todd would have a slight advantage in the lane changes, or the lane preferences.
30 seconds.
But Herman has a slight lead going into this, and Herman's been having a great drive all day. In fact, Herman has the fastest lap of the day, a 6.195 from Herman James.
Herman, you gave me a yellow sticker.
Yeah, I did.
You go 5.
3, 2, 1, go.
This is it. 2 more heats to go. The early is Cedric, followed by Al Castillon, Herman James. Cedric with a 6.99. Seems to track.
Want to clean tires?
That's okay, it landed on its top.
Oh, it's top.
3, 2, 1, hit it.
Yeah, this group's not as bad. 6.2, 6.4. Look at this. Pretty stinky lap. Could be. Maybe temperatures change. Todd. Oh, and Todd takes the overall lead just there, right now, over Herman James. And he has a fast lap on black in this race, 6.329. Todd Ulery. Todd Ulery continues to lead the overall, followed by Herman James and Rick Reed. 121 laps for Todd. 121 laps for Herman James.
Attention.
Still fairly close for the lead.
Todd 122, Herman 122, Rick 120.
Now Castillon turns 4 sixes.
Cedric 119, Samson 118.
Fastest. Still not. Todd actually went faster on qualifying race than he has here in this race.
Cedric now 655.
30 seconds.
30 seconds to go in this next to last heat. In this heat, it is Todd leading, followed by Cedric. And now, in the overall, it's Todd, Herman, Rick Reed. So this looks pretty good for Rick Reed too. He's going to go to green.
Rick 24.8.
Todd's headed to blue. Rick's headed to green.
Herman 25. Al 26.5. Cedric 27. And Todd 27.3. Going into the last heat. Todd 131. Herman 130. Rick 127. Al 127. Cedric 127. Samson 124.
Attention. 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
Races for third for this heat. It's an overall.
The trigger on that controller is a little different. It's further out. So not a longer throw.
There's 3 drivers with 127 laps and change. Fighting last podium position, the 3rd spot. How their lap totals compared to what was run in the previous heat, but I don't think these are as high.
You're second. You're not even close. You're fine.
155.
Trust me. Herman, all you did, and Herman, all you
30
did
seconds.
25 laps. You can do that standing still. So just don't push.
They'll be in. You just won't get any good lane choice.
Push it, please. Yeah, we need to do.
20.
You're in yellow. You're in good shape.
Yeah, you're in it, Herman.
Here we go, last and final heat.
Who's in red?
And this is the final heat.
It's Mr. Samson. Here we go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Final heat of the semis. Herman James is worried about his chance of moving up. He's only going to get 155 laps. Apparently in the previous heat, 157 was the high total. So the track may have slowed down just a little bit. Or at least this group is slower, quite slightly slower, maybe not pushing quite as hard as the first 6 in the other semi-final. Todd Ulery continues to lead the race, 135 laps. Herman James is in second, just a lap or 2 behind him. The rest are 4 or 5 laps back from there.
Cedric 681, Herman 698, Todd 626, Rick 690, Al 681, Samson 724.
So Todd is hustling around. He's trying to get close to his lap time from first heat race, from the qualifying race, but not even able to equal that. And they're settling into a bunch of 6.6s and 6.7s here. That's not good for the lap totals. They need to do 6.5s. Todd's doing 6.3s.
Took the vote. It was unanimous not to clean before the semis. Yeah, that's right. There is no fun. There is no
right, 18 laps in. Todd Ulery's the leader. We got 1 minute to go. Todd and Rick running 19 laps each, followed by Al, 19, 18. Todd's got a pretty good lead here in this heat, though. He's pulling away from the rest. It's really a battle for third place between Al, Cedric, but in the
30 seconds.
it's definitely Todd, Herman, and Rick Reed. Rick could be passed by Al here in the final minute, final 20 seconds, but it's not really very likely. That would be the only possible change from here. With Todd, Herman James, and Rick Reed filling out the top three.
In the race.
That was the... Ian, blue.
7.5. What? I didn't. Oh, okay.
7.
Okay, guys, the results on the screen. I told you. I told you.
Oh my God. God damn it, Herman.
Okay, guys, we have Mark, Ian, Todd, Mark, Walter, Bob, and Herman. But I have to review one of the hits for Herman, so between Herman and Rick, we'll be reviewing this. 8th place for Al, 9th for Phil, 10th for Cedric, 11th Gary, 12th Dennis. Very close race, the results will stay on the screen. I'm going to review a video of Herman's life.
Yep. So that's it. We've decided the final 6 places. It's Ian Douglas, Todd Ulery, Marc Natividad, Walter Baynes, Bob Ahulii, and Herman James.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, he's sweating big time now. Todd, what a great race. A good comeback. And I was like, no, Todd, come on, what's going on? Okay, so tell me what happened with the controller.
Honestly, I don't know, because I mean, in retrospect now, it's probably just not making contact with the brake stop. So it's sitting on that first band, and as Walt said, it probably did me some good that it was coasting itself around the track because it didn't lose total time. But yeah, those things are always frustrating in the moment. But you know, you just take it, and you have to forget about it and move on, and just go to the next lane and do what you can.
I agree. Okay, now the second question, Todd. Everybody wants to know about your paint jobs. All right, so just a little quick, you know, overview summary. Who's paint, all this, and what are you doing to your paint jobs?
So, you know, after Ian did my nationals car, it was like I saw the formula. Okay, this is how it gets done. So I'm stuff now with gravity. I'm using like a silhouette cutter with mask, 810 mask, and so it on, and you just place that on and decals, because you know it's you can't paint, hopefully.
Well, it's going to be very hard to peel off paint. But Todd, great job once again, dude. You're stellar. It's a privilege and an honor to be in the finals with you guys. My first final, but man, it's going to be fun. All right, thank you, Todd. All right, good luck to you. Have fun. All right, go have some water.
Good job.
Okay, guys, final results are confirmed. Ian first, Todd second, Marc third, fourth for Walter, fifth for Bob, and sixth for Herman. We had a problem on a lap break, but I reviewed it, it didn't count for two pass, so the lap total is correct. Everybody else can pick up their cars, yes. Rick, Phil, Cedric, Gary, and Dennis, you can pick up your cars. Ian, Todd, Marc, Walter, Bob, and Herman, you guys can pick up your cars. I need them back in 15 minutes, all right?
didn't hate it.
Okay, guys, here we go. Williamson. Ian's on white. Marc's on red. Bob's on green. Herman's on blue. Todd's on yellow. Walt's on black. Jack.
Do I do my card?
Gary's in spot number 4.
Oh, okay.
Spot number
That's
5.
all right.
Phil's in 2. Rick's in 3. Cedric in 1. Al's in number 6. We got 1, 2, 1 minute of warm up. As soon as everybody's ready. And remember, these are 5-minute heats. 5-minute heats. With 10 minutes of intermission on each one to really ramp up the excitement. Hitting 9 minutes.
I'm gonna take the traction.
Okay. Who else is out there? Okay, we need Marc. Herman. Yeah, here comes Herman.
Where's Marc? Are we going out to dinner?
Marc and Ian, the only two we're waiting for.
Probably. Take control.
No. We're gonna see if this thing's totally.
Oh, you're smart. Have both of them there. Yeah. Well, I wish you knew it was wrong.
Yeah, I really am probably not gonna use this one. I just want to see if it's worth. It's okay as a backup.
But it was weird because both of them were doing the same thing.
No, I changed them out. It was the handle because I changed the box.
I know you changed the box and you
cable,
changed the handle.
and then I changed the handle. I should have just grabbed the whole one.
Yeah.
I don't know why I was
Mario, where art thou? Is he outside, you know?
Nature called. Did you listen?
Nature called him.
Oh, he went to the laboratory?
He goes to the laboratory to conduct experiments.
Don't go back there.
He had a tinkle?
Yes, experiment.
He had a tinkle.
Yeah, boy.
He don't need no practice.
Exactly.
Practice? Who needs practice?
He needs practice like Todd needs practice. We don't need those stinky badges. We don't need those stinky practice.
What was that
And he
movie?
paid the same entry like everybody else, so he gets the fair record.
That's right. Good luck. You can put the cars on, Marco. We're all here. Ready to go.
Okay. Ian's back.
Okay, guys, before the warm-up, Herman got the lap. Again, about the case of Herman and the lap there was, Herman laps are okay, didn't change anything, but I forgot to give a lap to Cedric, who was the car. And what happened was he crashed, and Ian put him on his wrong lane on blue, and then that happened. So I need to credit one lap to Cedric. Doesn't change anything here, just the final result. Cedric jumps from 10th to 8th. So that's going to be on the final, but that's the only thing, all right?
Okay.
Good thing that I have the video. I checked the video here, couldn't see anything, but I'm going to check the security camera.
Yay, just like NFL.
Okay.
We need you to
So,
put the cars on.
1 minute of warm-up.
Blue, blue, blue.
1 minute warm-up.
He hasn't changed the sticker yet. Oh, he hasn't changed the sticker? No, he's on white. White. That was me.
Red for Mark, yellow for Todd. All right, guys.
Power's on, use it or lose it.
Seconds. 10 seconds.
Just no, when the coach starts, you can hold out. Now. Make sure you put it in front so I don't get that extra lap that always accuse me of getting.
Okay, and this is the final. Remember the 5-minute heats.
All right, folks, this is the final. This is the championship race, the MR Slot Championship race at Electric Dreams in El Segundo. These are the top 6 drivers, as decided over the past 2 days. Probably about 5 or 6 hours of racing it took to get here, down to these 6 drivers. They're going to shoot it out for the championship, and they're going to run 5-minute heats. Typically, we run 3-minute heats. Yes. Although I got you.
Okay, here we go. Once again, a special thank you to
They're giving a big thank you to Ernie Mosetti, who is here as the builder of MR slot cars.
And this is the final. 5 minutes on. Stay on and make the laps.
So here we go. The MR Slot Car National Championship.
3, 2, 1, go.
And the first lap, we have an off and a track call. Everyone's no complaints about conditions. That's good. They're going to continue the race. Five minutes per heat. Plenty of time to make up for any lost time. Ian whips out with a 6.433. Todd with a 6.44. Ian and Todd showing what they do, coming out of the box fast. Oh, there's Todd with a 6.247 on yellow. Shooting after Herman James's fast lap time of a 6.195 on yellow. Todd lays down a 6.229. Just shy of that lap record. There's an award for the fastest lap of the day. Ian's the leader over Todd and Bob Ahulii. Bob Ahuli's doing a 6.57 on green, his fast lap, and he's doing steady 6.5s. Steady 6.5s out of Bob Ahulii on green. Those are good lap times. Now Bob's doing 6.4s. It's Ian, Todd, and Bob. Duke it out. Ian's up there on white, though. He's building up an advantage. Not really fair if he can go up there and win on white and red and then finish the other 4 lanes while everybody else chases him. But he's doing it. He's got nearly a lap on the field already. Everybody but Todd. He and Todd must be close in the track. In fact, Todd is now taking the lead from Ian. So it's Todd and Ian. Todd may have had the lead. Todd has the lane advantage on yellow. In fact, yellow is the best lane, has consistently been the best lane of the day. Oh, and that Todd Ulery, fastest lap of the day, 6.182. Herman's lap held up for a long time.
Walt 649, Bob 649, Mark 690.
So the leader on yellow, Todd Ulery with 22 laps, followed by Ian Douglas also with 22 laps, and Walter Baynes just getting to 22 laps. So Ian and Todd have nearly a lap on the third place driver. Todd now did a 6.182 on yellow, his fast lap. Ian Douglas a 6.387 on white, his fast lap. And Herman James in third place with a 6.471 on blue. So 30 laps in, there's still 2 minutes to go. Remember, these are 5-minute heats we're running now. So they're going to get about 45 laps total. Todd over Ian, over Herman James, and Bob Ahulii. Herman and Bob very close on green and blue. Side by side, Herman James and Bob Ahulii duking it out.
Bob Ahulii 649, Herman 647, Walt 649.
30 seconds.
That's it. Todd continues to lead with just 30 seconds remaining in this very first heat of the MR Slot Car Championship. It's Todd, Ian, and Herman, with Bob in fourth, followed by Walter and Marc.
10 seconds.
Marc Natividad's up on the red lane, holding his own, but slipping back a few laps. We'll see what he can do when he gets to some of the better lanes. Marc's had a really good run today.
Marc 40, Ian 46, Bob 44, Herman 45, Todd 46, Walt 43.
So your winner was Todd Ulery with 46.5 laps, followed by Ian Douglas with 46.34 laps, followed by Herman James, 45 laps, Bob Ahulii, 44.56, Walter Baynes, 43.75 laps, and Marc Natividad with 40.49 laps. And I see Marc running back to grab something because he realized he got a little problem. He's wanting a little more performance from his car, or maybe himself. He's going to get his water, cool off, freshen up, and make a big comeback. So that was the first of the 5-minute heats. We're going to run 6 5-minute heats, so that's 30 minutes of racing right there.
1 minute left.
After all of the days racing, each of these drivers have another 25 minutes ahead of them. And then we have 2 minutes in between each 5-minute heat for the drivers to move their car to the next lane, reposition themselves at the driver's panel, check their controller, make sure everything's right, and we'll go for another 5 minutes.
30 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to shape up to be a pretty good race between Todd and Ian. We'll see if there's a third driver who can come up there and challenge them. I'm not really that confident that that's going to happen, unfortunately. But we'll have a great race for third place, I'm sure, because the other 4 drivers are all very equal and close. Just those 2 West team drivers really got their cars and their driving souped up. So Todd and Ian with the equal number of laps, they both crossed 50 laps. With Todd ahead of Ian, Todd on black, Ian on red. They're on opposite ends of the track. Eventually they'll cross pass as they change lanes.
Marc 676, Herman 667, Ian 646 on red.
So let's see if Todd can beat his black lap time. He has the current fast lap on black for the day at a 6.219, but in this race he's only done a 6.32. Maybe with a few more laps he can get down to that 6.219. There we go. There's a 6.305 for Todd Ulery, getting closer. It would be nice if in this final race they can destroy every one of the existing lap records. That would suggest that they went as hard as they could in the final 5-minute heat race. And it would suggest that the track was optimum, the cars were all good, and the drivers put out everything they could. It's been a long day, though. We have the door open at the front of the shop. That might be changing the track conditions a little bit. So if the drivers are not able to equal their previous lap totals, that could explain it beyond their driving, beyond the cars. Although they're probably a little bit tired at this point too. They've all put in a lot of laps. So Todd Ulery takes a 1-lap lead over Ian Douglas in second. Ian's up there on red, Todd on black. Opposite ends of the track, makes for some interesting racing right now. And then the next three places are all very close between Herman James, Walter Baynes, and Bob Ahulii. And I believe it'll continue that way throughout the entire race. Marc Natividad seems to have had a problem in the first heat, and he fell 3 laps down, and he probably won't have a lot of chance to make that up in this field. Everybody's going to go too quickly for anyone to make up 3 laps once they've fallen behind. But we're going to have a really tight race for the final spot on the podium. And there are prizes for this. There are awards. I think they're each going to win a slot car. So they're probably pretty anxious to try to get on the podium, because only 3 guys will win an Ernie Massetti autographed slot car after this race. It's Todd Ulery out in front. Walter Baynes has caught Ian Douglas. They're both on 31 laps. Walt's turned in a 6.568. It's pretty good lap time, although we've got just about everyone's able to do a 6.4 in this race. 6.41, 6.41, 6.46, 6.46. And Todd down there on black, almost equaling from his heat rate, from his qualifying race, of a 6.219.
Attention, 1 minute left.
1 minute left in the 5-minute heats. They're closing in on 40 laps. Todd will be the first to 40 laps. And there he does 40 laps with Ian with 38 in second place. Third place, 37 laps. Fourth place, 37 laps. So Todd has a clear lead at this point. He has a clear lead in the overall, also of 2 laps. He's got, or 1.5 at least, one and a half laps, nearly 2 laps over Ian Douglas, his teammate. Todd staying calm and focused, although the lap times are bearing around a decent bit for drivers of this caliber. Maybe they're running into other obstacles on the track, trying to pass other things. And that was it, the end of the third heat.
Todd, 46.8. That's it for heat number 2.
Number 2. 90.86 laps for Todd Ulery, your overall leader. 91 laps for Ian Douglas. So Todd has a 1.8 lap lead over Ian at this point in the race. Behind them, then we have 2 drivers with 88 laps. That's Bob Ahulii and Herman James. And then we have Walter Baynes with 87 laps, keeping himself in the hunt. Marc Natividad looking a little exhausted.
Attention, 1 minute left.
I
came up once and Mark, I hit Mark. Yep. What's that? No more option.
30 seconds.
30 seconds, we'll be starting the third heat of this this MR Slot National Championship race. You haven't seen the MR Slot cars. They're really gorgeous looking cars.
Heat number 3 for the MR SlotCar Challenge.
No. Thanks.
Coming to a wonderful weekend. Thanks again to Ernie, Jose.
3, 2, 1, go.
And that's it, the start of the third heat. Story's a little different this time. Herman James, your early leader. Ulery there as well. Walter Baynes also in the top 3 for the start of this heat. But at this point, it's really a race. Overall, it's a race between Ian and Todd, and they're side by side now on blue and green, with Ian on green, Todd on blue. So this should be a pretty good shootout right here. Looks like Todd had an off. Did 8.7. Fastest lap of this race, a 6.226. Oh, 6.178. That's the new fast lap of the day lap record, and that's held on blue lane. It's 3 of the lap records for the lanes. In fact, he's got 4 of them, and Ian's got 2, so that's interesting. We'll see if Ian can get back 1 or 2 of them, but maybe not. Todd seems to be the quicker driver at this point, but he may not be as precise as Ian. It's not easy to be as precise as Ian Douglas. And already did his red and white. Okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, so Marco is just pointing out that behind the 2 leaders, who are Todd and Ian, it's a very close race for that final podium position. Those guys all fighting over, they're all pretty much on the same lap, within 1 lap of each other. And there are prizes for this, so that 3rd podium position, he's going to win a nice MR slot car. So it's sometimes good that I don't think they can hear much of my broadcast. Keeps the pressure off of them, but we know what's happening with the race. And that's that Todd is leading over Ian. In fact, Todd has 2 laps on Ian right now. Todd and Ian are racing side by side, and in fact, Ian had a crash that sent his car off the track. Maybe being beside Todd's putting some pressure on him that he's not handling as well as he could. Plus, Todd's got that great looking car that he painted all by himself. Man, this is just gorgeous. And he is moving around the track.
2 minutes.
121 laps for Todd. 118 for Ian. And we've got 3 drivers with 116 or 115 laps.
Bob 117, Herman 117, Walt 116, Mark 109.
So Todd Ulery continues to lead his fast lap of this race, 6.178. Ian Douglas is in second. His fast lap of this heat, 6.326. Bob Ahulii's in third. His fast lap of this heat, 6.501. Herman James, fourth place, 6.592.
Attention.
Walter Baynes is in fifth. His fast lap, 6.759. And Marc Natividad brings up sixth place with a 6.512 on yellow. A little trouble to start the race and hasn't been able to come back. So Todd stretching his lead out from Ian while they're racing side by side. So this is
30 seconds.
an interesting development. It's going to come down, it looks like, to guys. And it could come down to the final couple heats, because Todd has to go up and do white and red.
10 seconds.
and then he'll come back and do green where Ian is now. But Ian
End of stint. Please change lanes.
gets to do yellow, black, and blue.
Walt 43.
So
Ian 44. Bob 44. Mark 43.
Ian has the better lane arrangement, the more competitive lane arrangement, the opportunity to really take the lead at this point.
Mark 139. Ian 135. Herman 132. Bob 132. Walt 130. Mark 123.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
So Electric Dreams is in El Segundo, California. That's really close to LAX, our airport here in Los Angeles. And anyone who's listening to the broadcast is certainly invited to come by.
Attention, 1 minute left.
See the racetrack. Some guys will loan you some cars. You can do some laps if you like. Certainly everyone here is especially friendly. We all like to see anyone come in and enjoy our slot car shop. And there's probably 500 to 1,000 cars on display here at any one time in really nice cases, all gorgeous looking cars, some that very rare, some that you can buy today very affordably. So come on by. Buy them online. Oh yeah, that's right. Electric Dreams is a wonderful online store. So just type into your browser Electric Dreams and avoid all those movie clicks you're going to get and go right to the slot car click. Electric Dreams slot cars, that's us here in El Segundo, California, owned by some of the most loyal slot car racers you'll find. Marco Cavallo is our owner and host
3,
here,
2, 1,
and he does an excellent job. All right, the fourth heat has begun. We're halfway through. The early leader is Ian Douglas on yellow, followed by Marc Natividad on black. Ian's on yellow. He really needs to make up a few laps on Todd right here and right now. Todd has a 3-lap lead. Ian has a better lanes coming up, a lane advantage. But Todd does not fold easily. He says, white is white. I don't care. I can do that lane. In fact, he has one of the fastest lap times on the track right now. Second fastest lap time coming out of Todd Ulery on white with a 6.456. Ian has a 6.35. Ian drops it to a 6.30. So Ian's the quickest driver right now, but Todd's right there, second quickest, way up on white. So Todd's going to make it tough for Ian to catch him and come back, even though Ian's got the better lanes coming up. Todd's going to run a nice white and a nice red and make this a really close race. Todd continues with his 3-lap lead, followed by Ian. And then for third place, we have a 2-way battle between Bob Ahulii and Herman James. Man, you got to be impressed with Bob Ahulii, hanging in there all day long. Only been racing with us for so long, but he's got it. He's focused. Look at him concentrate. And he had an off. Mark on black has come off.
3 minutes.
Ian leads. 1 minute into the, or 2 minutes into the 5-minute heat. 3 minutes to go.
Still maintaining the 3-lap lead over Ian. Herman 151, Bob Ahulii 161, Walt 150.
It's holding Ian to just a 1-lap advantage in this heat. Ian needs more laps than that. to make a comeback. He really needs to get 2 laps per lane now, and his remaining 3 lanes. He needs to pull 2 laps per lane back from Todd to win the race. And realize winning this race is winning the race. We've run many races today, 7 prior to this, and all those races did was qualify them for this, the final race. But these 6 drivers will be deciding the MR Slot Car National Championship, the MR Slot Car Challenge, held in El Segundo, California, at Electric Dreams. Be sure to come by the website. If you haven't found it yet and you just found us on YouTube.
Ian, a little faster, 630. Marc, 648. Bob Ahulii, 646. Herman, 653.
Ian continues to lead, but he has just 1 lap over Todd.
Attention, 1 minute left.
1 minute remains. The battle for third is still there as well, with Bob Ahulii and Herman James on equal laps. Side by side currently on the track on the green and blue lanes. Herman and Bob duking it out with 170 laps apiece. Looks like Bob's just a little bit ahead of Herman at this point.
30 seconds.
30 seconds remain in this 5-minute heat.
20.
Well,
Are your fingers getting tired?
Ian Douglas is slowly inching back
10
his
seconds.
laps from Todd. But he may need to close in a little faster if he wants to win the race. Todd holding steady,
End of stint.
hanging
Please
tough.
change lanes.
Walt 42, Todd 46. Herman 44, Bob 44, Ian 47, and Marc 43.
I felt it was like really sick. Like I had a lot of trouble.
Todd 185, Ian 182, 3 laps back exactly. Bob 176, Herman 176, Walt 172.
So I was just talking with Tim Herrera about how close it really
30
is.
seconds.
Ian got back about a half to 3/4 of a lap from Todd, but he really need to reel in about a lap and a half. Each of these final heats, there's just 2 heats to go. 10 minutes of racing left in today's big race at Electric Dreams. Just 10 minutes of racing left. I'm sure these guys will be anxious to get it done in some ways, but you know how racing is. When it's over, you really sometimes wish there was a little more still. Only the winner is really happy the race finished.
45.
And we yet to be certain who that winner will be. This race is close enough.
Provo. Okay. Whose goal is it? Yeah, it's coming right in my eyes from the car.
There's not a way to tell.
30.
But it wasn't glaring.
30 seconds.
Just get whoever owns it back.
Yeah, just.
They're saying if you would move your car, they're saying the glare off your car is too much.
Is that me? I'm running 7 right now. Good. Green. Thank you. Green. Is it bothering you?
It's actually not your car, it's the
Yeah, get it down and lock it. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. We have like the bottom 2 feet or something. Right there. Perfect.
Okay.
Did that even help?
Yes.
All right, we've shut the door here to reduce the glare. The sun's getting low here in this final hour of the race, and some of the drivers felt there was a lot of glare in their faces, making it difficult for them to see the track. So we've taken care of that. Marco accommodated them. He closed the door here. We've gotten better shade. Oh, and then we can feel the AC a little better now too with the door closed. And Todd Ulery continues to lead.
Hey Chris, do me a favor, can you move to your right about 5 feet? Just the bar, the glare of that car outside. No more. No more. Perfect. Thank you.
All right, with 7 laps in, everybody's on the lead lap. Ian Douglas leads. It's tight. It's tight. They're all staying together. We've got a bunch of 6.6s, with the exception of Ian down on black. Ian's done a 6.384 on black. Yeah, he needs to close that gap on Todd. Todd has 3 laps on Ian. He needs to get a lap and a half per heat now. 5 minutes to go.
Herman 188, Bob 188, Walt 185. Seat number 5.
Ian leads. Todd is in second, but Ian's quite far out front. He's coming around to catch Todd from behind. That's what he needs to do. He needs to pass Todd twice. In this heat, he needs to pass him 3 times overall to take the lead. If he can pass Todd twice in this heat, he'll put himself in a pretty good position for the final heat. In the final heat, Todd gets to move to green, so he'll be on an excellent lane. And in fact, Ian will go to blue, and they'll be racing side by side again for the final. Wow. That is really a nice setup.
There we go. Mark and Walt side by side.
Yeah, this is.
Each one says, not me. Mark said, I'm out of here.
Yeah, the lanes they chose. Ian and Todd to start the race make for an interesting finish.
Ian 637, Herman 663, Mark 668.
Got them on each ends of the track again now. They've been in this position once before.
Todd 651.
Yeah, closed up. It really is. Yep, and they're going to be side to side. The way the lane changed, the way they started, the lanes they've chosen has been interesting because they were side by side once already. Now they've been on both ends twice. It's been really interesting to watch. Oh, Ian did? Yeah. All right, and Ian Douglas has come off the track. Out of the slot for just a moment sure costs you. He's still within the 2-lap striking distance, though he didn't really lose another lap on that. He just lost a little bit of track distance, track space. So he still has this chance to come back, but with a minute to go, 2 laps remaining, they're going to be side by side. It looks like Todd may make up for what happened in the slotted challenge, you know. Which of what I'm referring to is that Ian won the slotted national and Todd finished second. Todd Ulery continues to lead in the overall. Ian leads the heat.
11 seconds.
Here we go.
Track on the front straightaway was Marc Natividad was off.
10 seconds.
10 seconds remaining. Still 2 laps separating Ian and Todd. Or a lap and change. We'll see when it stops how far apart they really are.
Todd 44.9, Bob 43.9.
1.6 laps between the two, and they're going to go for it side by side. Just 1 point. It is. It is. History.
Todd with 229.9, Ian 228.2, third Bob Ahulii 219, Herman 219, Walt 240.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
Mark 2.9.
Pressure's on for sure.
We have Todd's on green, Ian's on blue.
That is the last heat. And it is very close. And what's happening with that third and fourth place?
Attention, 1 minute left.
Yeah, Herman James and Bob Ahulii duking it out for third place, that final podium position. Oh, but Bob Ahuli's got to go up to red. We'll have to give him a sympathy hug after the race or something similar. He gets a consolation prize because Bob's had an excellent day, but it's going to be tough for him to
30 seconds.
hold on to third place here.
I don't think it'll be a good takeout.
Because
Any takeout's a bad takeout.
Herman's a great driver. He's on black. And here they are. The final heat, side by side, Ian and Todd. And they high-fived before the start of the race. That was a show of excellent sportsmanship. It's like whoever wins, I'll meet you out in the parking lot later.
Go.
So this is it. Keep your eye on the little cars. The ones you should be most interested in is a car on green, which is in the lead of the overall race, and the car on blue, which is in second place in the overall race. Oh, and somebody just came off, one of those two. I believe it was Ian Douglas, just came off. You cannot afford to spend time out of the slot. Not at any time in this sport, but especially not in this race right now. Any time spent out of the slot could make the difference of the end of the day. Could be the win. Todd with 4 of the overall lane records for the day. In other words, the fastest lap time on 4 of the different lanes are held by Todd Ulery. And Ian Douglas holds 2 of those overall lap times on white and red.
Todd 633, Mark 666, Bob 693.
Todd is out with a decent lead, actually. Todd has a lap on Ian. Todd has a lap on the field. Just in this one heat. Just in this one heat. And he has
Ian now 629.
And Bob Ahulii and Herman James are just so equal. Herman has pulled ahead of Bob, though, I'm sorry to say. So I'm a big Herman James fan, too. But Bob and I, we race locally quite often together. So it makes me feel good when he finishes up high, because that means I'm probably pretty decent myself, because I can run with Bob quite often. So it continues with Todd as the leader of this heat and the leader of the race. Ian second in the heat and second in the race. Marc Natividad third in the heat, 6th in the race. Marc had a little bit of problem at the start of this final race. So even though he's doing well in this heat, he's not going to quite be a contender for the podium.
Track call.
Your podium contenders are
3, 2,
Ian
1,
Douglas,
go.
Todd Ulery, Herman James, and Bob Ahulii. The podium will come from those 4 drivers. minutes to go in the MR Slot Car Challenge here in El Segundo. Todd, unfallible, on green. Ian, on blue, just a lap and a half behind. Herman James, third in this heat. Herman has passed Marc Natividad for third in this heat, and he's also clinched third overall. Now leading Bob Ahulii by a lap and a half. Ian Douglas has the fastest lap of this race with a 6.299, but Todd's pretty much matched him with a 6.309, so that's just 1/100th of a second between the two of them.
Seconds. Todd 269, Ian 267, Herman 257, Bob 256, Walt 251, Mark.
Coming down into the closing 30 seconds of this race.
30 seconds.
It's Todd and Ian. Herman and Bob. "15 seconds.
10 seconds.
There have been no more changes of position. Todd. And that is it. That is the final for the day. The race is over, and there will be no controversies, no measures of tenths or hundreds. It's a clear win for Todd Ulery with 276.36 laps, followed by Ian Douglas with 272.90 laps, followed by Herman James, 263.79. That's your podium. White. Is right here.
3-3.
3-3.
Carl Blue.
Carl Blue is 4-4.
And the car in yellow. 1-9. And the car in black. 83.
Yeah.
Okay. Those are the results. Mark will be up here to do the rest. Thank you, racers. I hope everybody had a chance to say hello. Thank you to Ernie.
Hey guys, listen up. 150. First 50 before we do anything else while everybody's listening. One guy who needs to be thanked today more than anybody else is Mr. Despite all those stupid jokes, we love you.
I want to know where he bought that shirt.
Hey, wait, I don't know if I agree with you.
Yeah, I know. Okay, good. Is that me? Okay, good.
Todd's buying. One shirt, X for $4.99.
Who's the,
Okay, we have a guy.
I'll have it known I was not chanting.
All right.
let me know when I start talking.
252.74.
Oh, here it is. Okay, so we got Ernie and Marc Natividad for 6th place, and for the prize is a custom autographed Ernie Provetti MR. Okay, 5th place, we have Walt with the best of 256 laps. And now, with 5th place, 5th place, we have Walt with Ernie. Good job, Walt. 256. And then in 4th, Bob Ahulii. Guys, be ready. After Bob, we have Herman. Bob Ahulii in 4th place with 262 laps. Good job. Good job. 3rd place, we have Herman James. Herman. The Hermanator with that beautiful Castrol MR car. Big old smile. Okay, 2nd place, we have Ian Douglas. 272.44 laps. Good job, good job. And now, trophy in the car. Got a picture time. Beautiful. And now for 1st place for Todd Ulery, 276 laps. The car. The car that Todd gets is the one that Ernie raced in the race. Oh, get Don Campbell. Yep. So once again, that is the car that Ernie actually raced. So once again, for Todd and Ernie, we thank you guys. You had to still make the laps. Congratulations. Okay, let's get a podium shot here for all 6 racers. The top 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Where's your trophy? You got to show 2nd. There you go. There you go. And the car. Perfect. Okay, here we go. Good job. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd with Mr. Mosetti. Thank you, guys. Thank you.